O presente se transforma. Novas perspectivas mudam a forma de se ver o mundo. O Bradesco se desafia sempre, inovando com o cliente no centro. Antecipando soluções para facilitar cada passo, cada realização. Mais ágil, mais personalizado, mais poder em suas mãos. Para incluir e simplificar o dia a dia. Para apoiar o empreendedor. Para assessorar o investidor. Para proteger toda a família. Por uma sociedade cada vez mais ética, justa e sustentável. Com transparência e respeito a todas as pessoas. Contribuindo para o desenvolvimento econômico e social do país. Bradesco.
Há 20 anos, o Santander investe em um futuro mais inclusivo e mais sustentável. Em 2002, criamos o Amigo de Valor, uma mobilização de recursos incentivados para a garantia de direitos de crianças e adolescentes. No mesmo ano, também lançamos o Prospera, a maior operação privada de microcrédito do país. Em 2005, ingressamos no mercado de energia renovável e respondemos por mais de 30% dos projetos eólicos do país. Em 2010, nos tornamos carbono neutro nas nossas operações. Desde 2015, somos parceiros do produtor rural brasileiro na transição para um agronegócio mais sustentável. Em 2020, nos unimos com outros 2 grandes bancos do Brasil com o objetivo de promover o desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia. Neste ano, também fortalecemos nossa atuação com fundos patrimoniais filantrópicos. Em 2021, assumimos o compromisso de zerarmos nossas emissões de carbono até 2050. Nos últimos 5 anos, viabilizamos mais de 97 bilhões em negócios sustentáveis. E distribuímos 70 mil bolsas de estudo para universitários. Estamos investindo em um futuro melhor para todos. Acesse www.santander.com.br/sustentabilidade e conheça mais as nossas iniciativas.
Good morning. Welcome to the Latin America of Education, Financial Education and Inclusion. It's a pleasure to be here with you in presence and those who follow us on the internet. I'm Mona Dorf, Deputy Director of Social Medias of Febraban. This is in partnership between Febraban and Felaban. And we have simultaneous translation in 3 languages, Portuguese, English, and Spanish. On the platform, you click on the globe to select the language. Yesterday, we had an incredible audience in the Numis platform. More than 3,000 people watching the Congress. 27 countries present. Incredible. Well, in the first day, we talk about several subjects, including financial health, sustainable finance, global finder database, central bank digital currency, CBDC, and financial inclusion, the case of the digital realm. You can access this content on the Numis platform at any time. And today we have several other interesting subjects, and we will start talking about the importance of measurement for the health, financial health. It will present the ISSB, which is an index. This index can create a framework of sustainability and complement the analysis of the client's profile, an indicator to assess impacts on financial intervention. Well, to find it out, I will invite the mediator of this debate, Marcelo Paschini, Deputy Director of the ESG Committee of Febraban. Welcome. I'd like also to invite Henrique Pastel, Manager of Corporate Subjects of Banco de Crédito from Peru. Henrique, welcome. Cristiane Nogueira do Amaral, Manager of the Sicredi Foundation. Welcome. Paulo Coelho, Consultant of Strategy and Data and Chief Analyst of Development of the ISFB, and he'll be remote with us. And also, Lina Maria Montoya Madrigal, Manager of Impact and Social Innovation of Bancolombia, with us remotely. So welcome, all of you. Now you have the floor. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to talk more about education, financial education inclusion, because this is fundamental for our countries to develop with a greater sustainability. I have 4 guests, which is very interesting for us to understand the different perspectives among Brazil and the other Latin America countries. I'd like you to introduce yourselves, talk about the institution and how financial inclusion goes through your strategy. Good morning to all of you who are here with us in digital. I'm Cristiana Amaral, and I represent the Sicredi, a corporate credit system. We are present in all Brazil, in all states of Brazil, with more than 100 million members. And we offer more than 300 financial products and also non-financial products. Our programs of social development, sustainability, where the subjects we will discuss are included. Financial education, financial inclusion. Sicredi is 120 years old, so we have these services to the community. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Henrique Pascal from the Banco de Crédito do Peru. A credit bank is part of Credit Corp, the holding of our institution. Credit Corp is the largest financial group in Peru. We are present in Peru, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Panama, and also in the Banco de Inversión, Microfinanzas and Inversiones, and financial inclusion is one of the main principles that guides the sustainability strategy of the credit bank. One of the objectives of the credit corp is to create more inclusive economies and more sustainable in all the countries they operate and in the entire region that we are part. In this sense, we have a series of financial inclusion programs, and last year we published an index of financial inclusion trying to measure the level of financial inclusion of several countries in the region. This year is the second year. We cover Panama, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, and Bolivia and Peru. It measures the financial inclusion in these countries under the perspective of demand. We run national surveys so people can report the level of financial inclusion they have in terms of access, usage, and quality. But I won't go further. I think we can talk about this during the panel. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'm the chief analyst of the ISFB on behalf of NCC, working on technical initiatives and communication initiatives. We are a large work group. We've been working for 2 years already in the Brazilian financial system with Febraban, a technical corporation of the Central Bank of Brazil. Paulo Lima. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I represent the Bancolombia group, the most important financial group in Colombia, with presence in El Salvador, Panama, and Guatemala. We promote the sustainable development to achieve the well-being of everybody. One of the pillars of this purpose is financial inclusion and education. Later on, I will share with you how we in the bank, in our strategy, how we measure the advance in financial education, not only to measure where our clients are, but also how our strategy is going. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to start this discussion with Paulo so we can learn more about Febraban's initiatives. What is the index of the financial health in Brazil? We know that in order to have better effects, it's necessary to measure the quality of our financial health and also to follow up it. So can you share with us? Well, the great challenge is to really measure and to do this consistently, addressing all the difficulties we have in the country. The history of the Brazilian health, financial health, starts with the tool that we built together with experts and actors of the financial market, public agents, private, the academia, So all perspectives are uh, contemplated in this index. All the needs are materialized there. The process was created with a systematic and rigorous use of the tool. We started using national and international benchmarks, and we were working and developing the tool until we got to a point that captured the entire complexity of the Brazilian reality. This because our objective, as you mentioned and Mona mentioned in the introduction, is very ambitious. We start to understand financial health in a micro and macro point of view, to understand the gaps, the interventions, and in the macro, to have a complete, a full view to adapt the public policies, business strategies, and other actions. So how can we measure financial health? We identified four key pillars of financial health: behavior, freedom, and together they make up the financial health. Each of the dimensions reflect an aspect of the financial life of people: capacity of making good decisions, self-control and discipline, capacity of meeting the financial obligations, and also the wide array of options we have. Now, for each of these dimensions, we need an instrument to measure with accuracy and consistency the state of things. Where it would be useless to measure correctly the wrong thing or measure wrongly the right thing. So we decided to measure correctly the right things and also take the context into consideration. So we brought a novelty, the financial base, contextual financial base. We ran several tests, very deep development, to ensure that every scale and every question could be reliable. If you run the test today and within 2 months without a substantial change, you will have the same results. This is how we can track over time in the micro and macro. But this was designed to be beyond the hood. So we have a short, simple questionnaire that you respond, you sum up, get the score, and see the corresponding thing from 0 to 100 for the financial health and other dimensions. So 5 in 1, you can see every dimension in it. These scores, in turn, classify the components in different levels in general financial situation, and this is important because people who are in the same group, in general, they live similar realities. If you have a very low or bad financial health, we'll share the same reality with difficulty to pay the bills and balance of expenses. So what can we do with this? I will share with you now.
The first one that's important for all financial institutions is a new lens for research projects, a new way to see your audience and what they are facing. So here we have an example of financial health index released last year. So for Brazil, we can understand Brazilian situation on each rank, and we can see how it is distributed. But you still can see, it more granular. For example, budget. 2/3 of Brazilian people have a balanced finance, but this is not widespread. So we can go granular in data. The second point is the individualized financial health diagnosis. So we can see in both ends for institutions and users. So for example, you are learning a new language. You may have a good proficiency, but you will have your weaknesses and strengths. So when we talk about someone with a good financial health, but with weaknesses on security, it's different to deal with another person with a good financial health, but weakness on behavior. This helps us to change the approach with different individuals. It changes the relationship with each individual. A third possible case is an additional variable for marketing activities. So, for example, journeys and segmentation. We can enrich our profile during the whole process. We have the financial platform Meu Bolso India launching program. So ISFB was there as a target variable to make sure we could find the right target audience. It was a variable on the platform so we could measure people and rank them so to drive the content. And it supported all the messaging architecture, because as people on the same group have similar pains, we are able to know which are the topics that could call the attention of that target audience. So we had more than 160,000 registrations. Now when we look, in-house, we have other applications. It may be an additional variable on suitability models. It's not a linear variable, as you can see on the chart, but those with a better financial health, they are underrepresented on products like preservation and increasing patrimony. On the other hand, we have ISFB as additional variable for risk models. People on the lower layers, they are underrepresented on credit groups. So what I mean, we have all types of socioeconomic groups. So we want to understand the current financial context of the individuals. The index was built to add and not to compete, to be one more. So when we work with different models, it's relatively easy to integrate the workflow. All information is public, methodology is available, all the assets are available, a simple algorithm, and it's easy to deploy on digital platforms. I'm sure that, for example, to measure educational interventions or any other possibilities will arise. It is a tool under development. We are still developing the tool. It's improving with time, and we expect to have great improvements ahead. So I think this is a brief introduction of this tool. I hope I could bring a context on the tool for you. Okay, Paulo, perfect. It's very important to know and understand this index. It is a new initiative. We are still learning how to use it, how can we explore even more information that we get from the index. But as you said, from a very simple questionnaire, we are able to find new possibilities and more effective actions, allowing the financial sector to evolve more and more. I have no doubts it will be very important. It will be a very important tool for the financial sector industry. I would like to talk about this experience in Colombia. Lina, please, could you comment? How do you make measurement, financial health measurement in Colombia, and how do you use this index in your country? Thank you. I can talk on behalf of Bancolombia. We are starting to understand those measurements on financial health. As I've mentioned, the group's strategy has a pillar, education and financial health. But we started to identify inside Bancolombia Group, there were several different areas with different financial health efforts. We didn't have a centralized department. So we started to collect experiences, and a big pain was how to measure if we were advancing on financial education strategies. It was important to measure the financial health. We also need to know if people have financial resilience, if they have a financial plan, and if they have tranquility. That's quite subjective. The first path to measure the strategy was to create a simple index with 4 components. So we can check how the level of savings of each individual regarding to the level or segment that they are linked to debtness and investments. We want to check the saving capacity of each client. With this measurement, we could understand the customer behavior. We were trying to see if each variable was observing the average of investments, and if the client had the right evaluation, the right assessment, providing a score. Then we summed the scores. So we had the measurement, checking if it was accurate. It took us to a next step, an in-house conversation to understand the customer, the client, to understand if we would to offer a product or even going beyond to provide financial well-being. So we found important internal debates, and we started other measurements. So, for example, the marketing team, they had their own analytic indexes to get to measurements and campaigns that could be, tailored for the customers. All the teams working with PDN were also talking about financial indexes. So the information we were dealing for each product could be more or could be better designed. So we have a measurement for 2023, and we want it to be more robust. We will get all the lessons learned, all the analytics, the PFM teams, and all the well-being all the financial well-being teams to build an 8-dimension index based on organization data and organization targets. And then we will start to collect this subjective information, adding all the interactions and setting this understanding. The main message here is, when we are concerned with the client's financial well-being, how we understand this well-being, we want to go out of the box. We want to go beyond the financial boundaries. We want to understand the financial behavior, and then understand how they feel, how they behave, which are the products they use, how they feel about those products, so we can adjust the customer experience in the financial industry. It's all related to financial education, helping people to get more and better information, also changing their behavior towards a more healthy behavior. Yes, very specific inside Bank of Colombia. Let's get another international experience. Peru. Could you tell us how are you using this health index? We not only on VCP but all the company. We are since last year developing this financial health index. With this assumption, being inside the financial system is much more than being bancarized. You may have a checking account, a saving account, but it doesn't mean that they are included financially. What happens on several regions, and we've developed this study on 8 countries of the region. There are people who get their salary in a bank account, but they withdraw the money. The financial system in this case is just a pathway, but not something really supporting people. Financial inclusion means having the possibility to better deal with risk, overcome poverty, building better conditions for yourself and your family, not only having a saving account or a checking account where you're going to receive your salary. So that we've been measuring in Panama, Chile, Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, Peru, how included individuals are in financial system from 0 to 100 on a 0 to 100 scale. So our studies are based mainly on the offer perspective. These are complementary views. There are people studying from the offer perspective, and they are measuring which are the access points, which are and how many access points people have to get access to financial system. What we want is to measure on the demand perspective. It may be an unmet demand on the perspective of the international ranks. So one of the main research companies, we research all of those countries. We have a questionnaire so we can understand and people can say how included people are in financial system from the access perspective. So how easy it is to get access to the financial system on the user's perspective. Second, when they use the financial system, how they use it for those who already have access. And third, the, what are the qualities that the financial system tools have on their countries. From that perspective, we measure the financial inclusion on a 0 to 100 scale. So this way we can approve or reprove the user. The highest score is 44.2. Panama actually is the highest, is 54.6. Panama, and the lower is Bolivia.
Why is it important to measure? Because if we cannot measure, we cannot manage. If we don't measure, we don't create reliability in the private sector and the public about the importance to work to improve the situation. So, in addition to diagnosis, uh, 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 how these countries are in terms of uh, financial situation and in which populations we need to work harder to improve the financial issue. I won't get in further details, but I recommend reading the Credit Corp Index for more details to know how women, uh, elderly or low-income people or low literacy people are included, and also the main causes that lead to this situation. In Credit Corp, we believe that we need to work with the private and public sector uh, to have more inclusive societies and to foster the development of business development savings and overcome the problems of the country. Well, it's slightly different, but they cover the same issues. How can we measure to get better results and improve? And now coming to Brazil, Cristiane, how uh, you are working in the Sicredi is working on the measurement of financial health, and what is the link between this index and the financial education? Well, I will show you the Sicredi case of our financial education program and how measurement and monitoring comes in relation to this program. So first, the connection with the strategy. So financial inclusion and education are part of our sustainability strategy. Promote financial inclusion and education are the central of our matrix in joint work. Sicredi has 106 cooperatives, and we have a system so we can really represent the view of our cooperatives. So our commitment with financial education and inclusion, it's part of our strategy to become a more sustainable company. We also want to build a more prosperous society. Financial health is important, financial education and inclusion, and also a strategy that also brings financial education and inclusion. So this is a commitment we have to develop. And how do we do this in practice? How Sicredi develops financial education in practice. So this is our program, cooperation at the tip of your pencil. This is very important. It was built with several hands. One of the major differentiators of this program is that it can be used over the entire country. We increment the program every year with more tools, and this is done jointly with our 5 centrals. The objective is that regardless of the Brazilian state it's being used, people will recognize it, the contents will add value to people. That's why the cooperative is important. We can cooperate for a sustainable development for people who have access to our programs. And yesterday, we talked about behavior, and the basis of our program is the economic psychology and behavior analysis. So people need to understand the relationship with money and do the necessary changes. So all these contents are based on people's behavior relating to money and how they can develop new habits. This program brings several materials to several publics. We started with awareness or sensibilization material so people can start to realize the value of the relationship with money. We have lectures for individuals, corporations, small companies, adolescents, with a very easy language, and also for children. So this is the first contact with the subject to all this audience. Then, for a deeper learning, we have more content materials with exercises. We have 3 lectures that can be used with any audience, focusing on the content that the person needs at that moment. It can be a reorganization of their finances or financial balance, or how to increase your income. This was built during the pandemics. Being a financial institution, how can we help people to have a second source of income in the scenario of pandemics? And we also have material to our collaborators. Sicredi has more than 35,000 collaborators, and we have these workshops that are called Sharpening Your Pencils. We help people to have a more sustainable financial life. So we look inside and outside. And then we think about children. Since 2020, we took financial education to school as part of the curriculum, as a transversal subject. We developed a program directing to schools, and we help the development of this subject, regardless the school. Today, we have a focus on the basic learning in the basic school, the fundamental school. This is very important since the childhood. If we do this, we will be better citizens. We have a partnership with the Turma da Mônica, Maurício Produções. Since 2020, it is available to all our cooperatives in Brazil. We have 6 cartoons. They are followed with the video, and they help the development of financial education with children in school and at home, because the children takes the cartoon home and share with the entire family. So it's also help. And we have some numbers here to show the relevance of the program. So 2020, 2021, I'd like to highlight the increase we have in the number of people impacted through digital actions. With the digital content for people last year, we impacted a great number of people, more than 18,000 people. And it's important to see that we were present in more than 1,000 towns, but 6% of these towns are very small towns, up to 50,000 inhabitants. So financial education must be for everyone, not only in the metropolitan areas, in the largest cities. So we need to be everywhere. About the cartoons and the videos, we had almost 7 million of cartoons. This is distributed by our cooperative, and the videos, almost 18 million views. This is a way of making financial education access very democratic. So the videos, the lectures, they are available also to the non-members. So this is not only for our members, but to the community. Also, those who are not members can have access. And we have some objectives with this development of financial education. What are the objectives you have for that? First, to change behavior, because this is important, but also reduction of risk in default and having a sustainable financial life. And you mentioned measuring data monitoring. How can we know it? Well, we think this is a journey with some steps, some already concluded, some still in construction. So what was our first step? Was to have a national program where all credit cooperatives could use, and you have just heard about it. After the program, the next step of the journey is the monitoring of actions, the actions we carry with members or not members. And then we have a tool that we call Registro. It is available to all cooperatives, and as a foundation, the developers of this tool, we foster cooperatives to register their actions. So at the end of the program, we can measure who is being impacted, who is using the program. So this is available. We can know who are the people and some other data that later on we can measure our impact. And this is a challenge to do this monitoring. So we start to look to the financial health index. It's an index, it's still under development, but it is important. It's one of the ways of measuring the results of our program. So what is the idea? To be an indicator that will follow people's behavior, the evolution of the financial condition, the finance management, what people were doing. But another important point is that this index should help us to guide the content of the program. It's important that the cooperative will guide what lectures or what online content I will offer, and this index can help us. And the idea is to have the index available in our system, and that our agencies or branches can access, and all people who have contact with the agencies. The idea is that education will not be only a lecture, but can be also a service. Henrique is my member. What can I do as Sicredi help Henrique? And to close our journey, we have the measurement of impact. Our great objective is that we haven't arrived or reached this stage yet because we still need some time for the program and information data to know if we are really impacting people's life and what is this impact. So this feedback the programs with new content so we can help people to build a healthier financial life. So it's a journey that we have to follow, okay? Thank you, and congratulations for your actions. Thank you. So now we'll have time for some questions. So please send the questions so we can ask here and know a little more about the actions that the participants are performing, okay? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Lina Maria as well. I'm from the Entrepreneur Alliance, and we work with low-income entrepreneurs. I would like to ask Paulo about the index. It's amazing. So it's a, I have one question. Depending on your answer, I have a second. I, I saw that you have a share of bancarized people. So this part of the research was made only with bancarized people, or if you had unbancarized people on the research as well. If you had, if can you compare bancarized and non-bancarized people? If you don't have the non-bancarized people in this research, do you expect to add the non-bancarized people on the research? Because I think we have several public policies on this sense. So this is my question. Thank you. Okay. Only bancarized people, but we were quite liberal, on this sense. Any type of relationship with the financial institution, we considered bancarized. So salary account, government aid account. So we've considered anything, any type of relationship. If you didn't have any type of relationship with a financial institution, then you were not on the research. What's the impact? So we've checked all, the shares of population, we, but as for bancarized and non-bancarized, we don't have this comparison so far. We've just collected a second wave of data. We are processing it, but this is a thing that we should think about on the next data collections. Good morning. My question goes to Christiane. I would like to know a little more about your index. If you use the Febraban's reference and methodology, because it's a consecrated methodology, or if you're going to use a different methodology with a different approach. Okay, it's a different approach. ISFB, it's a self-declared, self-stated index. At Secret, we are building a different perspective that we are able to measure and calculate this index with our database. so we could monitor the behavior, the relationship with loans, with payments, but using secret internal data so that we could get to the index. We think that ISFB can be a complementary tool or a complementary index so that we can have both perspectives, the individual's ISFB and our index based on the behavior. So we would have both perspectives, institutions' perspective and individuals' perspective. Good morning. I'm Camila Castro, and my question is regarding ISFB index. I would like to understand how can you measure default and how can you track and follow consumers' behavior. Is the consumer going to fulfill or to answer the questionnaire frequently, and how can we make those data available for studies, because measurement it is a thing for a while. I'm passionate by behavioral studies, and I always felt the lack of this data. So how can we make the follow-up, and how can we get this data if we are not in your organizations? Okay, I will try to answer everything starting by the end. Availability of data. We have an access policy. You just need to get in touch with Febraban. We have a policy to make it available. It's a public data. This is the first thing. About default, as Cristiana mentioned, on this first version of the index, it's self-stated. So its consistency comes from factual analysis, statistic data. We know it's a sample, it's part of a whole. When we get a self-statement, we see that those in worse financial health situations, they have problems on cash flow management. They have a pressure on the financial health status. This is all linked to, default. So our questions on utility bills, we ask how it happens. Do you pay everything before due date? Some of them after the date. So we have, a rank. We have this difference, the default is self-stated, but it can show us and give us an idea on the financial balance. We need to match it with organization data, so we can compare those two perspectives. But at least it gives you at least a trend when you see a customer walking towards default and walking towards financial health problems. I want to ask Lina and Ricky with replies from Brazilians. In the banks, we have the behavior rating, behavioral measures where you can calibrate the client's risk to calculate interest rates. Are those indexes going to correlate in Brazil? Do you think we will have a root financial education and use it to make, cheaper credit, to provide cheaper credit to help to reduce financial cost? I think that the advancements that we have, we hope to reach the risk models, to get the risk models. We use the analytic data to understand individuals' behavior, and I would like to tell to talk about the models we are using. They will determine if an individual can have, whether a person can have access or not to credit. So we will use those measurements for credit approval. We can use it to provide financial education. As I said, the financial education programs can help us to understand the behavior. So we have products for agro, and we have a large amount of informal work on this field without visible data. So we want to set policies for the farmers. We want to understand the behavior of the business, informal business, on what happens on a small farm. We want information on who they sell to. So, for example, coffee. Do they sell to agriculture cooperatives, or do they sell to large companies? We want to understand this data. We want to understand this journey. We want to get this information from cooperatives, institutions, and the information about the relationship between the small farmer and the cooperatives and companies. So we measure at the beginning of the program. We check the status at the beginning of the process. We follow the journey. We try to understand the behavior. We try to understand consistency throughout the process. We assess the deliverables to try to set a model. This model helps us to have a behavior index as well. So actually, yes, I think with those measurements we are matching behavioral data, financial well-being data, to set a score. So as for today, we can approve credit for those who have never used any credit product. We are matching data, matching variables. We have some pilot projects that are providing important information for us. In the case that the index that we set as Qualicorp, we have this application because we measure different things. For example, Bancolombia is measuring financial health, consumers' financial health, individually, on the individual level. It enables them for a risk rating. On our case, we measure the level of financial inclusion from a given population, from a given country, so to support public policies design as an intervention strategy from private organizations. What we want at the end of the day is to promote financial inclusion. So at Credit Corp, for example, the electronic billing is an ATM with more than 10 million users that allowed us last year to include 2 million people in the financial system. People who are not included in the financial system. So we see that we can find those people, those populations who don't have access to ATMs or any other touching points with this financial system. So from the institutions, we can better design our inclusion strategies so we can provide better tools for the public sector to develop their own financial inclusion strategies. It's an index with a different goal. It has a different goal when we compare with Bancolombia, for example. It's very interesting as well. That's very powerful, but they are two completely different tools. So here in Brazil, we don't want our index to replace a risk score, a risk rating. But maybe in the future, when people go through financial education programs, they can improve their financial health and may have access to a different product. We are not developing this right now, but we aim that. We want our financial education program to help people to have access to better financial products. It will be very important in the future to have this connection.
I'd like to add, I agree. It can be plugged to these models for tests to be one more variable. But I think ISSB is a natural candidate for that. Good morning. I will just raise my hand, okay? I'm from BTG Pactual. I'd like to thank you for your contribution. It's always very positive to hear your story and the process you are building. Measuring is also a challenge for us, especially the constant and consistent measurement. In isolated settings, it's easier. And Krishani, I thought it was very interesting what you said. So I'd like ask you an advice. What advice would you give to those people who are structuring financial education program? Congratulations to you. And what is the pathway? It is a way you think to go along to reach this measurement, and what we can do because we have several challenges. Thank you. In terms of structure of the program, one of the challenges is how this program can generate value to people, how select the content, the distribution channels of this content, that if digital or in person, and look to the audiences and have an idea. It requires research and data because people will only consume what creates some value for them. In terms of impact, the point is to know what we want to measure. Before starting to build a database with lots of information, the point is what we want to measure. So after your objective and purpose, you should start thinking, what would be the success points of this program? How BTG will be able to tell that the program is achieving the objective. So this is where you get the main indications for that. So as I said, we'll have many other contents. We are just starting, so I'd like to thank Marcelo Paschini for conducting this panel, and also Cristiane Nogueira, Henrique Pascal, Lina Maria from Banco Colombia, and Paulo Coelho talking more about the measurement and ISSB. So please, thank you very much, and we will proceed with our agenda. The next panel will start soon. Thank you. Thank you. Now we will talk about, in addition to courses and lectures, how financial institutions design financial education intervention, how to introduce this to the client's journey. I'd like to invite Marcelo Junqueira, Chief of Financial Education Division 2 in the Central Bank of Brazil. Welcome. And now the panelist is Marcela Ulayan, Head of Digital Business of Santander Brazil. Welcome, Marcela. Diogo Dias, Head of Personal Insurance and Benefits of BTG Brazil. Ricardo Pericon, Sub-Manager of Social Responsibility of Banco Biza from Bolivia, participating remotely. Jaqueline Solter, VP of Communications and the Social Bank of Panama, also remotely. And Thalita Bolando, Business Manager, Digital Business Manager of Itaú Unibanco, also remotely. And Diogo of the Atlantic Bank from Honduras, also remotely. So, Marcelo Junqueira, you have the floor, this challenge with so many participants. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you for being here, Marcela, Diogo, and Thalita from Itaú, Ricardo, Carlos, and Jacqueline. This is a very interesting subject. The previous panel was very rich, and I hope we can continue exchanging these experience. As Mauricio Moura mentioned yesterday, this financial education agenda with the central bank and the national financial system is very relevant. Is the way to reach millions of people. In Brazil, it means 160 million people with relationships with financial institutions, and these institutions can be a very interesting channel to reach all of them. The name of this panel is very interesting, beyond courses and lectures. When we talk about financial education, we think about courses and lectures, but we want to show what else institutions can do in addition to courses and lectures. And since we are many financial institutions, we could see how we can design these interventions, and these elements should be a journey in client's life. Well, I decided to start with the people who are remote. We will hear some courses and lectures, and then we link everything. I'd like to start inviting Ricardo Pericon from Banco Biza from Bolivia. I kindly ask you to have a very short interventions so we can have a greater exchange of ideas. So, Ricardo, thank you. You have the floor. Good morning, Marcelo. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I will share my screen. Well, we have a short time and we have many variables that we can talk and about this financial. In this case, we will talk about one of the variables that is the success of a program called Creating Future to contribute to improve the financial culture of the general population. We work with different stakeholders and we reach students in the primary school, secondary school, then the higher education. We work with clients, users, business people, and also people in vulnerable situation, and in general, with several groups of interests, and how to reach them. When we try to talk with these groups, sometimes they are not open, they are are not resilient. And how can we select the subject? In general, we talk about savings, the importance of saving, credit and its characteristic. And there is an issue that is well commented, security and also consumption. We try to include all the groups of interest. And how can we do this? The content is very important, but how to do is vital. How to reach a student in a school, an entrepreneur, or a client to talk about savings. How to talk about savings, because as an adult, we cannot make the difference between a planned or programmed savings and accumulation of money. So we need teaching material, presentations, and in our speech. So a small child in school age begins to understand, and as also an entrepreneur. Another key point, and this is crucial, is that unlike other issues, our social responsibility management goes hand in hand with marketing. We are a team, but we work with themes so it can be 100% academic and technical to talk about products and services. And this opened the doors in schools and colleges, so we cannot talk only about products. When I have the opportunity, I make a presentation, a workshop, and we do this in 1 year. And this allows us to open the doors for the next year. Because when we are there, we do not sell products or services. We only give technical and academic information given by the bank and other financial institutions. And in our content, we prepare it for the clients of the bank or clients of any other bank. We do not have any specific examples of our own products. Our information is general, so we can help children to know how to work with the banks in the future. We also provide information about security measures. We talk about the type of cash that we have. We we give examples, we teach people how to recognize an in-logger in an ATM, because the idea is prepare the user so it will be ready to be our client or client of any other bank. Because we want to participate and make people to participate in our workshops. We also invite people to bring information for each group. Our service, for instance, is public. All the information is public. It's on our website. So, uh, um, so every entity has a specific savings characteristic. You need to look at every page characteristic, interest rate, and also find what is really suits you. Our program was well accepted by the public. And what were the results we achieved? From 2017 to 21, we achieved more than 400,000 users. We have two components in our educational program. One is education and the other is information. And the results I presented relate only to financial education, workshops, booklets, pedagogic material, showing content. And then after the program, we have an assessment. So these are the results just for education.
We have presence on social media, and we are very happy with that. We have a great acceptance among kids, youngers, college students. They accept they accept us very well because we provide pure financial information. So how do we work? We provide a document, a material, a leaflet that we share among the whole country. With that leaflet, they have an alternative to provide financial information. They have tax, games. For the traditional customers, we have workshops um, split by age, where the bank members work as volunteers to share information on the workshops. We have flexible times and we adapt ourselves to the people's needs. So if they need a workshop 9 p.m., we provide it. We dedicate ourselves to the questions they may have. In general, they want to talk about it. All the activities have certification and we provide complementary material. With the college students, well, we work in different colleges, with different colleges that we have partnerships. But then we have a different focus. We have dynamic presentations, we have games, because we know youngers are all excited and they are always, accelerated. So the workshops takes no more than 40 minutes. We don't want to bore them. We provide information during 1 year with monthly sessions in the main universities. As for the entrepreneurs, mainly with women, we have important partnerships. In Bolivia, we have NGOs working with women, supporting women for academic reinsertion and new job positions. We provide financial information, helping them to go back to the labor market or in the entrepreneur market. We provide workshop for women. We provide workshops for blind people using Braille language. So we use this moment to provide more information material. So this is a brief presentation on our program, what we do, the work we are doing in Bolivia with the financial institutions. I suggest never to mix products and services. We need to provide information to reach people to improve their financial condition. Okay, between presentations, it's important to talk about Brazilian financial institutions experiences. Ricardo brought the BIS financial education program with focusing on different target audiences and also actions tailored for its clients. Brazilian Central Bank brought guidelines on how institutions can work in the financial education segment. So those actions for social responsibility, for schools, they are very interesting actions. But here in Brazil, we can see the main potential for financial institutions is working with their own clients. Ricardo brought those two sides. A broader side for the whole public and another more tailored for the clients. Ricardo, here in Brazil, we are focusing on those actions driven or aiming the clients. Now, Jaqueline from the General Bank of Panama, and she will tell us about her experience. Please, Jaqueline. Thank you very much. So, good morning, everyone. I will present the Panama General Bank Financial Education Program. Next slide, please. Okay, it's a it's the largest private bank in Panama. We have a very bancarized bank, but we lack financial education. This is a problem. People are not using credit on their favor. Why to have a financial education program? Well, we are leveraging a national strategy on financial education. It was created in 2018 by the Panama Bank Superintendency with the Germany technical support. All the banks are aligned in a single strategy. We have content being promoted by all the banks through our client networks, through our platform networks. So we are not developing isolated contents. No, we have a integrated platform. The currency is dollar, and we are leveraging a guide on what we need to transmit to our interest groups. So what we are doing, next slide please. We've leveraged with this content on our platforms different ways to provide content because people consume content on different ways. So we have digital platforms like a blog where you can read about different subjects. We have digital subjects. We have a podcast called Taken by the Stream, mainly for the youngers who is consuming this content through Spotify and other aggregators. It's produced by experts telling a real story on youngers and how they learn to use financial products on different steps of life. We have webinars, live webinars, where we promote specific contents for entrepreneurs with the support of 600 people. They can ask in live about different subjects to experts. We have bankers, bank employees, people with bank expertise on how to get funding, how to get credit, and they tell this to the entrepreneurs. We have a series for teenagers, and we hired a digital influencer, very popular one in Panama, and in his style, he provide financial education. It was a success because the youngers are well connected to those influencers. And in order to complement it, we have the social media. We have the podcasts. We have a lot of visits on YouTube, webinars. So our social media are a platform to bring people to our content. And we also bring to the digital platform the bank superintendency. So we are linked to the regulator body so that our customers can get to the platform and consume content. Mainly for kids and youngers, it's important to have actions in person because the content and the learning way has no comparison. In presence is always better. We have 5 modules that we teach in companies and secondary schools, mainly public schools here in Panama. It is a content that we have a test in the beginning and a test at the end of the 5th module to check the learning process. It's important to measure if the trainings are bringing impact. So next, our challenges and lessons learned. So as Ricardo said, we have many target audiences: kids, youngers, adults, small companies, entrepreneurs, and each content needs to be tailored for each segment. So we need to have different platforms with different content. Digital content are very important. They reach a broad audience, but the in-person education must continue. This is a lesson learned. A challenge is how to measure the impact of our content. If the content is impacting people, and also providing a certification, certificate, because then they feel the importance of the training. They see that they have a result on their hands. So this is a little bit of our experience. Thank you very much. Well, you brought the digital initiatives, and we see that in Brazil, central bank has been mapping to understand the institutions' financial education's programs. So we have three different actions. The informative initiatives, those that Jacqueline mentioned, social media, podcasts, and so on. The instructives, those with a methodology, courses, workshops, and so on, and the tailored ones that we will see from BTG, Itaú, and Santander. So this is the challenge, yes. How to measure those initiatives, to measure the impact of them, and check if digital initiatives, if they have an impact when isolated, or if you need to assess the whole environment, the whole context. Before Diogo and Marcela that are here in person, I would like to ask Carlos from Atlantica Bank in Honduras to talk about his experience on financial education. Good morning. Greetings from Honduras. It's a pleasure to be here on this Congress, this so very important Congress from Felaban. So I want to talk about bancarization in Honduras, a small country. We are in the midst of Latin America, and we rely so much on the American market. A great part of our population migrates to the United States. So we rely on the money emissions from the United States. So our national bank has a challenge how to take benefit from this money flow from our compatriots that are in another country. We have 1.5 million people in the United States. So we need to understand this money flow. And this is what drives us to have an integral financial education. As I said, is a small country with 9 million inhabitants at 112,000 kilometers. As a financial institution, let's go to the next slide, please. We have a regional presence that is increasing. We are in the Central America through a digital footprint on Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua. We are also entering South America and some investments in other European countries. Next slide, please. So, what we are facing here, Honduras have 18 departments, 298 cities, 90 of them without banks. This is a great challenge we have as financial institution. We have a low rate of financial institution. Next slide, please.
52% of the population has access to financial service. However, we have some places in Honduras that don't even have electricity. Almost 30% of the rural population has no power, not nor internet access, but they do perform remittances to the United States. So for us at the north, we have having a financial inclusion project is important. We have the support of MasterCard, a project with $100 million to include more than 30 million people in this North Triangle, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. But we are still a third world country, and we still have regions with no electricity. As I said, 52% of the population has at least one saving account. This allows us to operate through our products and services, accelerate the digital part in Latin America. And during the pandemics, this increased, and the smartphone is the perfect vehicle to reach the masses with the financial products. In terms of credit, please, the next slide. Only 14.3% of the population has access to credit. This is one of the major challenges we have to make economy grow. These low indicators call us to reflect and to try to accelerate financial inclusion as a major point for education to help the economy grow. Well, very quickly, the points of services for every 10,000 inhabitants are still too low in the country. 3 branches for each 10,000 inhabitants, 3 ATM for the same population, and the banks responsible, as we know, 9 for every 10,000 inhabitants. And in terms of square kilometers, you see the problems we face. So knowing this, the Banco Atlântica decided to accelerate the digital reform to try to reach the masses in a faster way. And when we accelerated 2 specific projects. One was the ATM projects combined with our partner, Agentes Atlantes. These 2 combinations through a financial education program helped us to reach 7 million people. Distance, technology, electricity is still a challenge in Honduras. And in terms of points of service, we have a very specific presence, and we want to change it because using traditional branches is difficult, but with the co-responsible banks, we were able to grow more in Honduras. I want to comment on this financial education project. The project is named Digital Onde Você Estiver. Digital wherever you are. We launched this during the pandemic. What does it mean? Wherever you are, regardless of where you are. It's a program where we combined live TV programs, program shows we hired the largest TV channel in Honduras, and this program is on air 3 times a week. Half an hour of show in this channel. It is with the Mosin channel in Honduras, and we make this project as a comedy, a show, and also we provide digital education, and we have a platform, a tutorial platform in Honduras. In this platform, we have already 94 points for every digital action that the person needs. And we have contests, we have awards, we have some integration, integration with the elderly, and this was a very successful digital education program that accelerated our electronic services and mainly the knowledge about the importance of financial education. Just for you to have an idea of the reach that these tutorials have, we have almost 11 million visits, lasting in average 1 minute and 49 seconds. And each person has a deeper interest in knowing what does it mean. It means having on your smartphone the information you need for the right pathway. I always recommend to our colleagues that they should invest in tutorials. Tutorials leave a digital footprint and allow people to come back at any moment, at any time, and you can measure and you can fix it. Well, we also have a project of digital onboarding. We are changing our platform to SAP, and this allowed us to accelerate the digital onboarding, opening of account through the smartphone without going to the branch. This was a major step the institution made to include more people. Here is an idea of our heat map to see how the onboarding is bringing more people. This allows us to have a presence in the entire country and not only in a physical branch or in a co-responsible bank. In the last years, we grew exponentially, as I mentioned. We started with 70,000 onboarding accounts, and currently we have more than 300,000. This allows us to accelerate the financial inclusion process, and the platform will leverage the country and the economy of the country. But this is a new challenge to all banks of the region in all Latin America, and Honduras is not an exception. We are facing some cyber attacks. We have never seen this before. And so we need to sit and talk with national and international organizations to know how can we face this situation together. We cannot sit quietly. No institution can be quiet. Everybody must talk to Febraban and Felaban, the entity that gathers the great efforts to fight this problem. Thank you. And some other learnings. Financial education must be a priority in Latin America. You can solve many things with financial education 24/7. The tutorials work very well, have information available to people. This is one of the most important challenges we have as an organization. We need to have always information available to people. And as I said before, if we are taking our clients to digital channels, we are also responsible for accelerating financial education. So can so they will not be surprised or attacked by any digital attacker. Thank you. Well, we close this first round of our panel. It's very interesting to see that we have problems that go beyond the clients of the institutions and some things that go beyond courses and lectures linked to the use of influencers and digital media. Carlos mentioned taking to the TV. It's a very interesting project. South Africa, they took financial education to the soap operas. They had a character facing problems, and this was very positive and with a great impact. So we start to see some points beyond lectures, influencers, TV, and Carlos also raised a very interesting subject. The institutions, they know their clients very well. They know the needs of their public, so they can tailor the initiatives. Now, for the second round of our panel, listening to Diogo, Marcelo, and Talita, the experiences, the data that institutions have, the technology, how BTG, Santander, and Itaú are creating in terms of financial education. Diogo, please. Thank you very much. I brought material just to illustrate the conversation. Please, on the screen. Well, meanwhile, I think that it's nice to talk about our platform, Finanças Mais, Finances Plus. But before talking about it, the platform, I'd like to provide you a context of BTG. 40 years of life. It's known as a wholesale and investment bank. In 2006, we entered the retail market. At that time, BTG Pactual Digital. We went through a rebranding, and today the platform follows the mother brand, BTG Pactual. And in 2021, we launched our transactional platform. So since 2016, we learned and we can complement our offers now with the current account, credit card, which expands our capacity to serve the client more completely. And the bank's proposal is to be present in the daily life of our clients, to be a complete bank with a full range of products. This creates a great demand on experiences and use of technologies to be able to interact in a smarter way with our clients.
And so we start to study this match of being a bank that is there every day for the customer, and we start to study the PFM, the personal financial management concept. So those are some mechanisms on financial management. We start to assess external players, local players. So when looking to the local market, some banks go in that movement, some platforms, aggregators, consolidators that were starting to bring this concept to our context. So we came with the bank and we start to see. So what's the problem we want to solve when it comes to financial management? The first step is organization. The client makes transactions, uses the credit card, investments. So the first step would be to bring visibility to the account usage. We've evolved on a categorizing model with a partnership with PUC Rio, Brazilian University. So masters and PhD students supporting us on data usage tools, machine learning. So we have our categorization model. And with that, we can provide this organizing experience. So as you are using your credit card, you have an organization on your app on the credit card usage. A great challenge on financial management is the user experience. People may think that it is boring, it's costly. We can see that almost 50% of population had no financial management. For those who used to do it, it was hard. There were no tools for that. So it's hard to bring a new tool that is practical, that could be used, on a daily basis. And to make it user-friendly, we focused on user experience. Small details that were part of a larger strategy. So we evolved the categorization model to a normalization model. Some transactions had a large string, what made hard to grouping, and visualization was hard as well. Now we can bring a differentiated UX for the user. In the tool, you can see groups or categories. You also can see, the places you are buying on. So we bring, for example, the top 5 places you are buying. So when you see how much you're expanding with delivery food, you get shocked. And this is part of financial education, and it's part of the building process of the tool. You can get it even more granular. You can compare on a monthly basis the evolution of your expense in a single category. The client can even choose and add a limit to spend in a given area or category. So you can see how you're spending your money in each given category. With that, we bring other possibilities. The client is able, to drive the tool. So the client can set a limit of expense, a monthly limit, and you don't need to set a category for that. So you can set an overall limit of expense, but you can also set, a limit on expense for each category. Once you set the limit, the tool will interact with the user on different ways. One of the feedbacks received from the categories was about autonomy. Clients were asking more autonomy to, design the tool, so to say. So we've solved two problems. We've created the tags, so the client can create tags, choose, logos, colors for the category. And we also can group different categories. So you're going to travel. You have a travel tag. Of course, you will spend money on transportation, food, and we can, group that expense inside that tag. It's very nice. It's a different perspective. We had the perspective, our view on expenses, details, and now we have the view of inbound. So now you can check your balance in a quite visual way. With that, we have new interactions, and I will show them. When we talk about financial management, the central bank is leading a transformational agenda with open finance. So with open finance, we allow clients with other institutions to use our tool for financial management and take benefit of all of our tools. So this is the tool. Here in the left, we have an expense report with expenses from other institutions as well, being shown the same way we show the internal expenses. And we have the balance aggregator as well. So it's a use case we can see on other institutions, so you can have an overview of your balance. And here I brought some details on the tool itself, and now we can talk about the new possibilities. So how we can deal with financial education in a contextual way and in a not traditional way. We have an area in our app called Insights, where we bring some of the social media experience, where we can talk behavior or a category that the client maybe had, overcame the limit that was set. We have the recurrency model. So if you have an ongoing or a frequent payment, for example, a monthly payment, you may have not scheduled the payment, but we can understand it and you can inform you, oh, every month this day you make this payment, and we can inform you that for the next month you may be missing that payment. We provide a monthly report. It is an interaction on the insight mechanism. So we have a quiz and we ask, do you know what happened with your finance this month? We ask what was the category with most expenses, which was the restaurant they spended more money. So it's a funny way to interact as well. This is a retrospective we had. Some other platforms have the same tool. So we have audio platforms providing the same interaction. So we get insights from other markets besides the financial market. So we bring in context how was the relationship during the year. We show the main interactions and transactions, the main categories, what happened during the year. Another quick example, this journey allow us through insights or push mechanisms to create different interaction scenarios. When the client gets to the end of the cycle, we invite for a new action. If we see that there are super avid in the balance, we can invite the client to invest. So it opens another set of possibilities. Here is the result of the example which I have mentioned. So we always foster positive behaviors. When there's a positive superávit, when I have a positive balance, we offer investment opportunities, and there are several other possibilities inside the app. So I think that's it to show you a little bit about Finanças Mais. Open Finance has several new fronts ahead. So thank you very much. Thank you, Diogo. It's quite interesting to see the personal finance management tools. It's exactly what we mean in this panel. Besides, courses and workshops, a workshop can teach how the customer could change their behavior. So as institutions have access to a huge amount of data, you can show, how they spend money, what they are doing with their money. You can provide tips, suggestions, insights. This is a great use case. It shows the institution's potential, mainly due to the access to data. With open banking, you can have more than transactional data, and so that the benefit is even higher. So still talking about data, customized tools, I would like to hear from Marcela on Santander experience.
Thank you for the invitation, Marcelo. I will go on the subject that we started, and I will complement, since we've been working with the several institutions in Brazil, in our case, Santander on. Some points that are important to complement, first to discuss. We are bringing to digital channel, which is very important. First, because we have a huge adhesion. Secondly, because it brings technology to accelerate these agendas. How can we escalate such an important agenda? So the digital channel plays an important role with this. So given this context that Diogo raised, what are the main challenges to deal with this subject? First, the client's behavior changed and has changed a lot. The financial life today is decentralized. When we go to artificial intelligence, we see a limited, myope reading from the client. This is a limitation that technology is not able to fix. And we believe open finance will be a way for that, the challenge of a higher adhesion to open finance. But when we can see the complete financial life of the client, we can be more assertive in our recommendations. Still following this line, we have another behavior change that impacts the models that we work, which is the increase of irregular flow. We have more and more autonomous or freelance clients or micro entrepreneurs whose cash flow is not the standard one. We need to learn to work with that. And maybe the most important challenge is that although everyone wants to prosper, this doesn't necessarily mean that people want to be educated. And this shows the difficulty we have with the models, because we do have online platforms, we have videos, Spotify, we talk to different audiences, but we depend on the interest and engagement from the client. When we go to a model where we are inserted in the journey, we started to be more active, being present in the client's life to help when he decided to be trained. So these scenarios and challenges show how much we need to be inserted in an active and personalized way with the client. So habit behavior. So the more inserted we are, greater is our chance to be successful. I'm not going into details in artificial intelligence. Diogo mentioned it, but we use financial data to understand the behavior and from it generate insights that somehow will make the client active in it. I will bring some additional examples. The sky is the limit to what we can achieve here. But we have very interesting examples. Today, we inform the client. If you have a service that you offer, when it is, a service that is to do, you say, oh, if you want to cancel the service, you can. We talk about increases. This is much more of creating awareness to the client. How much increase the consumption of water, telephone, or gas from one month to the other. We also show when the client has similar subscriptions, Google Play and Spotify. So you have an opportunity here to revisit because you have similar subscriptions. We also automatically have a warning or information when it's time to renew any subscription. And some other data. We have this functionality since the end of July. And now we see some interesting data that shows the efficiency of this way. Somebody said it's a journey. Yes, it is a journey. We have the client's engagement, the CPR of communications for these insight communications are 6 times greater than a standard communication. So we see a different engagement when we talk at the right moment in a personalized way. We also identified that we have 7 points, additional points in NPS with the clients that interact with the insights. So they see value in the service that they are using. I think we have 35 to 40 insights in the journey. And the end of the year, we have 14 points with 65 insights. So I think we are already in an encompassing volume in this journey context. 2 other functionalities that are interesting, in my opinion, the low-income clients, for them, we have the keeping availability. Suppose the client has a balance or something in the balance, we have an icon reminding them, would you like to save this? Save for the future. Another initiative that is also very assertive. We use the credit incentive, so the review of credit limit for the client to engage with the payment. So you pay correctly, we can review your limit. If you pay, if you pay your debts, we can return to providing you credit. So this is quite efficient. And we also talk about indicators. It's a great pain. It's hard to measure because we have several factors involved. But people say that it's better to have one metric that is not so efficient than having none. So we divide our client base into 3 clients profile. We have the risk zone, and the indicator we follow is the percentage of the income committed to debts. Action zone is the percentage of its transferred to any kind of investments, and then we'll see the yield of the investments portfolio. We usually focus the low-income population, but the high-income population also needs education. So we need to act upon the low income, mid-income, and also the entrepreneurs, the individuals. So I think this is what I'd like to add. Thank you, Marcela. You raised several points, nice to highlight. This challenge of bringing clients. If you look to the experiences, institutions with millions of clients, but when we look to the numbers of platforms and trainings, the numbers drops from million to thousands. So you bring the solution to these institutions, which is mapping the client's journey and the points of contact. The problem is not the content. The content is there. Everybody has a booklet, a book, a manual, but we need to take this actively to the client. It also pleased me to show when you show the CPR data. These are adding value to the client. This is quite interesting. And also the idea of saving. It gave me the idea of an envelope, you know. You keep the money into an envelope. So you withdraw your money, and you have the envelope for paying supermarket bills, water bill, power bill, and the financial institution could create this virtual envelope. So the technology bringing a new face to the old habit. Thank you for your intervention. Well, now it's your turn, Talita. So let's close the presentations here. Itaú has very interesting initiatives in terms of the governance of the institution, how the bank is structured, and how all the areas interacted. But I'd like you to comment about minhas finanças, my finance, and also the develop of this. You are in the digital business areas, but how was the interaction of the teams in the development of this product? Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you for the invitation, and I will share my screen with you. And I will touch on these points, how we created my finances, minhas finanças, what is the context, how this interacts with the other areas of the bank, and how we are introducing this to the client's journey. So to start, why do we talk about financial education? We ran a study with the consultancy Box 1824 to understand the relationship with money of the Brazilians. We see emotional and cultural actions that created this relationship of fear with the finances. So at the end of the day, money is a great taboo in the country. We had some advances in the relationship with money, but we see great gaps, huge gaps. So having solutions to support people in learning and managing their financial life is very important. And Itaú sees an opportunity to be an agent to improve this relationship. These studies or surveys are available on the web page, Itaú's web page. If you want to access, feel free. And this is how Itaú is organizing itself to deal with this subject and to motivate the overcoming of these taboos. First, the strategy is based on public goals with the 10 subjects that we can generate impact, and one of them is financial citizenship. We have the objective of reducing indebtedness and promote as financial services. The positive impact agenda is managed by the Financial Citizenship Committee, gathering sustainability, legal, and credit areas of Itaú. This committee manages these goals and defines the priorities for financial education and financial guiding. So this is the two fronts. You asked how we are organized, the interrelation of the areas. And another important point is the financial education pillar, the more traditional agenda, creating content that is very important to have the content available on the website, LinkedIn, our platform. So it's much more a pillar of a pure content of traditional financial education. And the other pillar, the financial guiding, is how we bring this to the client's journey. Well, I cannot say that the client's journey, without talking about an apps. This is the major and most relevant channel. We have millions of daily access, and we bring this subject to the client's journey in the apps. So I will show you a video, an introduction video, and then I will share with you what we have as solution. The video has no sound, okay? It's just for you to have an idea of our objective and our solutions.
So talking about the pains we want to deal with when we talk about financial education and clients' journey, we understood that most of our clients don't know how to deal with money. So this interaction, positive impact, the research was a base for us on positive impact financial education, and we are evolving this product. Of course, we are always listening to our clients to understand their needs and their pain points. Another pain point that was identified is clients don't have time and patience for financial management. We know that if we have a complex tool, it will not be used. So we need to provide simple and easy tools that make sense for our client's journey. Another pain point is the lack of personalized information. Today, we see that financial life is spread, so it's not so easy to have a consolidated view. So our solutions are to have a clear integrated view of the financial life, showing everything that they have. We are also enriching data and categorization. This is very important to show clients where they are spending their money. tips and personalized websites based on big data. This is very relevant. And the product evolution in our rather is to bring gamification, on setting goals, meeting the goals. Another important point that we will test is to bring more sales context and other products usage if it makes sense to the client's journey. So the first thing that we see is very relevant on our solutions is bringing financial education on the client's statement, what we call the timeline. This is one of the most accessed feature of our app. It's very relevant to bring information on this page, bringing a clear and integrated view. So we bring open finance view. The client can access balance and statement from other accounts. The possibility of accessing credit card transactions online, so we can check credit cards and debit cards transactions together. And it's important to have a consolidated view of expenses. We have Minhas Finanças, My Finance product. It's very important to show clients their monthly balance. We understood that most of our clients don't know how much money they make and how much they expend. So this is a great way to show clients what's happening on their financial life. So we have message saying, oh, you spend more or less. Financial management insights are very interesting as well. We are bringing behavioral information, most used categories, non-recurrent events. We are facing good interactions on this feature as well. We have an expand goal, and transactions per category that helps the client to see where they are spending their money. This is a first step to provide guidance, and so that the customer, the client, can start to understand where they can save money. We have improvements ahead. We are talking with financial education team, and we will bring new novelties in the future. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, good, Talita. I would like to highlight the very beginning of your presentation where you have shown the governance structure of Itaú. And as our colleague from Bancolombia mentioned, institutions sometimes have, spread financial education actions, and it's very important to have a structure, a framework, putting together the actions, showing what the institution aims as financial education. It's also important to put together the business departments and the financial departments. So yourself, Marcela, Diogo, you are not from the financial education department. You are from the business department. So this is important, that financial education is a cross-dimensional issue. I don't know how we are in time, but I would like to open for questions from the audience. If we don't have, I have my own. have the greatest financial safeguard in the country. So each person could join and have its financial needs solved with an interaction with a professional. We have professionals from BTG, XP, XP. We don't have from Santander and Itaú, but we hope to have them soon enough. And I would like to ask you, how do you see guidance in a country where most of the population cannot watch a 5 minutes video, understand it, and put it into practice? They don't know how to pay bills at the end of the month, how they will do that. So how can we deal with this scenario? And how do you see a financial guidance? I can tell you, we can scale. We have more than 300 planners. We are serving all the country, small cities, large cities. So I would like to know from you, large banks, how do you see the human financial guidance scalable? Yes, I have all the interest. Let's know your solution. If you can scale it, it is an evolution on what we are doing. It's incredible, amazing. We need to join our efforts. Digital has several limitations. It may have a wider reach, it has scale, but it has limitations as well. So I'm well open to listen to your proposals. Uh, you know, thank you for your question, Andre. Yes, we have a challenge here. Not only scalability, but the human factor is important for sure. When we talk about financial education, but we are in a digital context, new platforms, new formats. So we have TikTok videos. It is a different scale. The challenge is also exploring new channels and adapt those channels to different audiences. Maybe this is a way to gain scale, but I agree with you. It's a great challenge and it's hard work. From online, maybe Jacqueline, Talita, if you want to add something, feel free. Besides the challenge, challenge of scalability, we have the challenge of being a taboo. So besides scaling, we need to generate interest from the clients. They need to look for information on this subject, not only scaling, but yes, it is a great challenge. If I could add, what Andre means is the personal financial management. So, customized guidance. What I see from Itaú, BTG, Santander initiatives, those tools can be a great input for the financial planner. So they will have information. So as we discussed in the previous panel where we discussed ISFB is a great tool for financial planners. So if the client has its ISFB, they can get better guidance. Good morning, my name is Perickson. Yesterday we talked a lot about inclusion. So what do you think on financial inclusion? How to include those people who are not tech savvy, that parent, that grandparent that needs financial products. They face difficulties to manage their finance, but they are not so used to technology. I will ask Jacqueline, Carlos, or Ricardo, please. Carlos mentioned about it, about those people who don't have access to digital channels. Please feel free. I believe that each country has a different reality. At least on the statistics I've mentioned, I said there are more mobile phones than human beings. This is a statistic that was always a surprise for us. So in order to take financial education for the digital, it is still a priority. But media communication or traditional channels are still a priority as well. I've shared the digital wherever you are. We have different communication channels, even television, because we know there are clients from a given segment without any digital guidance, and we cannot left them behind. So we need to mix traditional and digital media. It would be a mistake to think that digital is the only channel. No, it's one of them. It may be the faster, but the traditional means of communication is still is the better to reach those customers that are not used to technology. There's a digital footprint that can be used. In Honduras, it worked because it allows us to train faster. Thank you.
Would you like to add something? Good morning. Good morning. Marcelo? Yeah. Yes, Rodrigo. I'm not going to stand up, but Rodrigo from Bradesco. Diogo, I'd like to ask you a question. You showed an example with some interactions with the clients through the tools, and these interactions generated data to the commercial and product teams to provide healthier products, or was it to support them to understand how they were relating with the money? Thank you for the question. Yeah, that is the point. The tool has some insights. It tries to dialogue directly with the client, but as it was mentioned before, the great benefit is how these data will feed our network. We have a network of that provides us assistance, and we have this forethought, have the human factor supporting us, uh, making or providing a much more precise commercial offer. It's a mix. The tool has its own interaction. It proposes some actions, but also it feeds this conversation directly with the assistant or the client's channel. This is a very nice discussion. When we talk about insights and help the client, financial education, but we talk we ask, does offer or a product is part of it? Well, at the end of the day, we have a portfolio of products that are positive to the client. Being well used, the client can make plans, buy shares. So if you provide the right offer, you can also help the client, but we need to find the right way of doing it. Well, it's a very interesting point, the conflict of interest. And what we see and we have in the communication, we foster institutions for three objectives: creating savings, planning, and the understanding of financial services, including credit. So the objectives are to make them good to clients and the institutions. So this is important to raise. I'm sorry, Ricardo. Ricardo, you were adding something and I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Okay, what I'd like to add as a technology limiting is important not to be only with the technology, or better saying, we should not lose the contact with the community. Well, we have many smartphones, but the cost of navigation is very high, and sometimes it is unfeasible for some. So we have the technology, but not education. We should not lose contact with the communities. We should have alliances. We want more logistic, more communication, but we need to take this information and help to the rural area, regardless the technology. We can have direct communication with an interaction with the beneficiaries, and this way, when it's not possible, we can use the technology. But although the direct contact, personal contact, is more costly, we should not lose it. We have another question. Good morning. I'm Julia from Santander. I'd like to thank you very much because this is a very relevant subject. I have a question directed to Talita. Thinking in our national scenario, when we have many people with high indebtedness and many investors, and you serving all these profiles, what are the results you expect for every type of public, and how do you measure it? Uh, just to, how can you measure that your clients are prospering with the tools you are providing? I'd like to add something and link this question to Jacques, because we're always talking about measuring. Jacques, you showed the pre and after post measurement. Can you comment on this? This will be interesting to everybody. So we have this question, and then I would like to conclude with a question to Marcela. We have a very short time. Thank you. Eu vou primeiro. Okay. It's a text on a page where we have a basic questions to the youngsters who are on training. And we ask the same question after the 5 modules to see if there was something they learned. We measure what they knew in the beginning and at the end. It's just one page of questions, okay? This is the way we assess it. Thank you for the question. I will divide the answer into 2 points. First, relating to the audience of our solutions that is quite varied, and then the indicators. concerning the audience or public, we have a huge public of all social, economic, and knowledge levels. So when we look to our solution, it's something that we try to include to start to talk about financial education. First, an audience that has no much access to information because of the investors. When they look at a balance sheet information, sometimes it's basic, but so we try to provide the basic information of what is happening in the person's financial life. A person that has that complex spreadsheet, they will won't use this product, okay? So we want to address a public that has no much knowledge and have financial problems to start introducing the subject. And then when we evolve with the product, after listening to the client, we can make it personal. So for the client that is an investor, we can bring an investment view. The client that is in default, we can provide a credit view. So, but today we really have varied public, and we we are looking for this first contact with the low-income public. Now, when we talk about the measuring, it is complex. We have indicators for indebtedness, but how can we link our product to the evolution of some indicators? So we try to see what we are offering of insight, if it is generating any change in behavior. We have some insights of payment of bills, or when the person has more than one streaming subscription. So we are trying to see if our insights are making any change. If the client paid the bill, if the client cancel one of the subscriptions. But when we talk about the general results, the possibility of linking it, the interaction with the product. Okay, thank you. Jacqueline's experience is very interesting. We always value the importance of measuring the impact of actions, and Jacqueline brought a very simple way. And for Itaú, the importance of going to the behavior, right? Now, to close, and following Taina's question, let's see the advices and good practices. But you raised a very interesting point of financial education during the journey. Santander is mapping some points of contact. How was this process in Santander? You know, the background. Can you, or the backstage, can you share with us one more example of several areas working together? What were we able to map? Where can I put the insight to be more effective? It's useless to put this information everywhere. This is the beauty of it. We are entering in someone's journey, and this journey does not contain what we want. The person will enter, will consult, and pay. But we want to provide something else. Well, we need a multidisciplinary team looking at this. We have the client's experience team, the team responsible for artificial intelligence tools, business team, that know the metrics of every journey we have, and the product team. So it's a work with several hands, but we are still learning. At every new thing we implement, new step, we have to test if it works or not. Well, this is a long journey. We are still on the first step. It's something new. We don't know the potential, we believe, but it's not possible yet to make it tangible. Well, many areas involved, not only the financial education area. So this is a request we make. The area that master the subject to talk with the other areas of the institution to create this final product that is beneficial to everybody. So we are getting to the end. I'd like to thank Ricardo, Carlos, Jaqueline, that everybody calls Jack, Talita, and in person, Diogo and Marcela. I thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you. Thanks to everybody who are online. And Marcelo, congratulations for this challenge. You managed everybody to talk with a great interaction. So I'd like to thank you for your time, to thank those who are watching us on the internet. Now we'll have a lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Those who are here received some recommendations of restaurants that you can go for lunch. So, see you later.
O presente se transforma. Novas perspectivas mudam a forma de se ver o mundo. O Bradesco se desafia sempre, inovando com o cliente no centro. Antecipando soluções para facilitar cada passo, cada realização. Mais ágil, mais personalizado, mais poder em suas mãos. Para incluir e simplificar o dia a dia. Para apoiar o empreendedor. Para assessorar o investidor. Para proteger toda a família. Por uma sociedade cada vez mais ética, justa e sustentável. Com transparência e respeito a todas as pessoas. Contribuindo para o desenvolvimento econômico e social do país. Bradesco.
Há 20 anos, o Santander investe em um futuro mais inclusivo e mais sustentável. Em 2002, criamos o Amigo de Valor, uma mobilização de recursos incentivados para a garantia de direitos de crianças e adolescentes. No mesmo ano, também lançamos o Prospera, a maior operação privada de microcrédito do país. Em 2005, ingressamos no mercado de energia renovável e respondemos por mais de 30% dos projetos eólicos do país. Em 2010, nos tornamos carbono neutro nas nossas operações. Desde 2015, somos parceiros do produtor rural brasileiro na transição para um agronegócio mais sustentável. Em 2020, nos unimos com outros 2 grandes bancos do Brasil com o objetivo de promover o desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia. Neste ano, também fortalecemos nossa atuação com fundos patrimoniais filantrópicos. Em 2021, assumimos o compromisso de zerarmos nossas emissões de carbono até 2050. Nos últimos 5 anos, viabilizamos mais de 97 bilhões em negócios sustentáveis. E distribuímos 70 mil bolsas de estudo para universitários. Estamos investindo em um futuro melhor para todos. Acesse www.santander.com.br/sustentabilidade e conheça mais as nossas iniciativas.
presente se transforma. Novas perspectivas mudam a forma de se ver o mundo. O Bradesco se desafia sempre, inovando com o cliente no centro. Antecipando soluções para facilitar cada passo, cada realização. Mais ágil, mais personalizado, mais poder em suas mãos. Para incluir e simplificar o dia a dia. Para apoiar o empreendedor. Para assessorar o investidor. Para proteger toda a família. Por uma sociedade cada vez mais ética, justa e sustentável. Com transparência e respeito a todas as pessoas. Contribuindo para o desenvolvimento econômico e social do país. Bradesco.
Há 20 anos, o Santander investe em um futuro mais inclusivo e mais sustentável. Em 2002, criamos o Amigo de Valor, uma mobilização de recursos incentivados para a garantia de direitos de crianças e adolescentes. No mesmo ano, também lançamos o Prospera, a maior operação privada de microcrédito do país. Em 2005, ingressamos no mercado de energia renovável e respondemos por mais de 30% dos projetos eólicos do país. Em 2010, nos tornamos carbono neutro nas nossas operações. Desde 2015, somos parceiros do produtor rural brasileiro na transição para um agronegócio mais sustentável. Em 2020, nos unimos com outros 2 grandes bancos do Brasil com o objetivo de promover o desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia. Neste ano, também fortalecemos nossa atuação com fundos patrimoniais filantrópicos. Em 2021, assumimos o compromisso de zerarmos nossas emissões de carbono até 2050. Nos últimos 5 anos, viabilizamos mais de 97 bilhões em negócios sustentáveis. E distribuímos 70 mil bolsas de estudo para universitários. Estamos investindo em um futuro melhor para todos. Acesse www.santander.com.br/sustentabilidade e conheça mais as nossas iniciativas.
Hello, let's have our afternoon agenda. And the topic is how class associations promote financial education. The aim of this panel is to explore cases for financial education promotion created or supported by class associations. I'd like to invite the mediator, Jorge Artur Saza Garcia, Director of Economic Affairs at the Latino-American Bank Federation, Felaban. I'd like to invite the panelists, Welton Carvalho, Head of Financial Citizenship of the Brazilian Bank Federation, Febraban, the commander of the Meu Bolso em Dia platform, welcome, Welton, Nidia Garcia Borroquez, Financial Education Director and Client Experience Director at the Colombian Bank institutions and financial institutions. Sandra Salcedo Arnaiz, coordinator of union projects from the Peru Bank Association, S-Bank. Welcome. Roberto Juan Larralde, assistant of the board of the Specialized Bank Association from Argentina. And Natalia Duchesne, communication and financial education coordinator at the Private Bank Association from Bolivia and president of the Sustainable Bank Latin-American Committee and inclusive from the Felaban. So we have everything here, everyone here. So Jorge, the stage is yours. Thank you, Mona. So this panel will be in Spanish. We hope the language is not a barrier. If there is a lack of knowledge on Portuguese, Elton will help us. So I'd like to tell you that on this financial inclusion education, we had multilateral debates, we had the World Bank, ALFC, several central banks telling us on what they are doing, their public policies that are very important. And we had several private banks as well telling us about their cases. Education measurements, financial inclusion cases. We know this is a giant work made by the banks, but there is an actor that was missing, the bank association's work. So as a coordinator of the associations that are involved with governments, central banks, in relation with all the society actors, the associations must have programs and activities on financial education. I have the privilege to be among friends, great professionals, each one from their own country working in systems. So let's hear from them what they are doing on their countries. I'm sure this will be very important for everyone. We will have several lessons to learn here, different problems and different ways to solve them. So let's follow the alphabetic order. So Roberto Laralde from Argentina, so he can start his presentation. Thank you, Jorge. Good afternoon. Before the presentation, I'd like to thank Brazil for its hospitality and thanks for Febraban on all levels. I'm very thankful for being in this wonderful country. So here we have the presentation. So I will tell you how Argentinian associations because it's not only one association. We are four associations facing economic, political, and, and economic crisis drove the creation of four different associations. ADEVA, with the Argentinian banks, ABRAPA, the Official Banks Association, ABA, the Association of Argentinian Banks, where we have the foreign banks, and ABE, the Association of the Specialized Banks, where I work today with medium and small banks specialized on small credit and support for small and medium companies. The idea of this presentation is the following. I will comment what we are doing. The four entities, regardless being me from ABE, but I am the coordinator of the financial issues from the four entities in Felaban. So I will talk about today's topic and the interventions that we have in the country on financial education. On this slide, we can see that everything started with the central bank. It was about 2008. The central bank was able to promote financial education through several different actions, courses, teaching how to save and financial skills for life. This all started with private and public banks. In general, in Argentina, the financial education initiatives happens through the banks associated to the chambers. They have the task of coordinating and be aware together with authorities on financial education. But we do not have direct actions. On 2008, the central bank has created a special department for financial inclusion and financial education. Financial inclusion was within a department that had financial education, but currently we have financial inclusion management. This is important because we want to highlight both activities. On 2017, the Financial Education Council was created with government bodies, private actors, associations, and we have a financial inclusion and social funding committee. In 2018, we tried to discuss financial education even with the department inside the central bank. So we could, establish a group, a working group with the four entities and the central bank. We had other financial institutions, fintechs, and then we also brought the Ministry of Education, because when it comes to financial education, the Ministry of Education has an important role. So to set the financial education group allowed us to have a great relationship with all the governmental departments. We could integrate private and public sectors. Unfortunately, this group didn't go on due to the change of administration. In May 2018, a bill was approved by our Congress, approved by the representatives demanding from the executive government on a financial inclusion strategy, and that strategy should be part of the secondary level curriculum. That is, financial education must be taught on the schools. This idea uh, began on the previous year, but it was launched during the pandemic. And this was very good because one of the strategic goals of this project, despite of the change on federal administration, the improvement of the financial capacity was the main goal. We also had some cross-sectorial goals, like including minority groups, elderly, informal workers, immigrants, and refugees. The National Plan for Financial Education was assembled in 2019. This was the first version that was maintained by the current government, released on 2022. And it was also agreed the implementation of the financial education on the secondary education schools. This is part of the federal agenda and also from central bank agendas. So fostering financial education through formal channels. We have a large amount of informal workers, about 40 and 50%. So this is a main obstacle, barrier to work with financial education. During the pandemic, we had the incorporation of the digital channels, and it was very good. Good because uh, the population started to work to use means of payment and digital transactions, increasing the financial inclusion among all groups. The contents of the curriculum on the schools are being held or applied on the secondary level. So we have the content built by the central bank and needs to be approved by the Ministry of Education under the approval of the state's governments. We also started to train teachers so they could be trained to teach financial education.
This is very important. It's important to have well-prepared teachers because, after all, they will translate the financial education to the audience that attends a school. The Ministry of Education does not work in the content elaboration. In spite of the conversations about financial education with the other stakeholders, they do not work at the same speed that the central bank and other players have. So the incorporation in the curriculum of financial education in schools will be in 2023 or 24. The associations are working to leverage this subject so it is not put aside. And this curriculum that contemplates attitudes for financial education can be incorporated. And this is the objective in Argentina, to leverage this issue, especially in organizations that have the resources and voice to talk about financial education. All of those who have activities such as video tutorials on the social media, websites, etc. In addition, they participate in the training of teachers in the metropolitan region of Buenos Aires and in the rest of the country in a volunteer approach. They contact the Ministry of Education to work on schools, and people who work in the bands give these students an idea on financial education. The central bank is also an important player through the financial education management. It issues a report on financial inclusion, and you can have access to this at the central bank website. It is also very rich because it formalized the study of financial education in Argentina since 2019. And this continues, and it's very good to continue in spite of the change in management. We have the work of financial education in classrooms, training with Professor like Neuquén Dacosen. Neuquén is a very active province because the bank is associated to ABRAPA, the Public Bank Associations of Argentina, and it works with schools and teachers in the Neuquén province. The central bank has another program called Finance Close to Us to train managers who have contact with the vulnerable population, offering tools to workers in the state, and together with the Ministry of Education, it developed video tutorials and is also always participating in government activities and exhibitions, specifically on financial education. Another important aspect to be considered in Argentina is the relationship with the National Board of Financial Education, and the objective is to manage and update both the national strategy for financial inclusion and the national plan for financial education. This board, this group that was created, continues to be developed within this government management. So we see a continuity with the objectives. Some of them were expanded. So the associations are pleased because this favors us, and we are collaborating with them. We also had the development of videos and content touching on bank accounts, means of payment, etc. They are also carrying financial inclusion training to promote the financing capacity for those who are in contact with diverse group, for example, vulnerable population, so they can replicate their knowledge. There is also a survey on these all financial inclusion activities in the country. In the first semester of 2022, we had 400 trainings involving 400,000 people. 80% of this training were made by the financial ecosystem. And here I include banks, fintechs, bank associations, then the National Committee. So the experts in financial subjects contribute with most of the trainings that we had in Argentina. So the national direction started a very important struggle. The training of the teachers in the mid-level schools in this financial education subject. And this is free, which is a very important advance. This is key to a good integration of financial education and include financial education subjects in the secondary school. So this is the work we carried, and this was what I had to share with you about financial education in Argentina. Thank you. It's really interesting to know that Argentina is proceeding with the objectives in spite of the change in the presidency, but we still have some way to go. I believe that this is one of the issues I'd like to highlight before giving the floor to Natalia Duchain of the Bolivia's Bank Association. Thank you. Jorge? Many thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks to all panelists and those who are watching us remotely. I will talk about SOBAN and how CAFE works with this financial education. They measure knowledge, attitudes, and behavior. Knowledge, of course. What are interest rates? If I find 100 reais on the floor, should I keep it or spend it? And how do I deal with the money? Well, all of this serves to tell you what we do. This is our financial platform called Descubre.gov. Here, I can put my goals, my age, if I'm a child, which has a totally different content for children, adults, and elderly. This is a well succeeded tool. It allows to change behavior, develop skills, and allows the person to put into practice what they are learning. I can learn at every module of the platform and put it into practice. So this is an initiative that we are having for 6 years already, and our banks also do it. This platform was awarded last year with a good practice in sustainable development. It has the link with objective of goal 4, but also the goals 1, 2, and 10, which is the reduction of inequalities. It was an awarded tool that allows the sharing of information and a booklet and videos, and it creates capacities. We are talking with the El Salvador Bank to give the license of use to personalize this tool because they realized it has many benefits. Some numbers here, first column, the number of users. It is in bold what happened in 2018. We ran a contest in the schools, and we asked the schools to establish a goal. For instance, buy musical instruments or remodel the soccer field. So, and those who founded this goal, we gave $10,000 to meet their objectives. We have adolescents entering Descubri, not only adolescents. We have more than 190,000 certificates given through Descubri. It is not just a classroom. It's 4 hours of learning, but the objective is to do it little by little. With the pandemic, we started with webinars, and with this, we had more than 30,000 people trained in different subjects according to what we were living during the pandemic, specifically digital means of payment. This year, we ran a TV show. In case of TV, it's much more complicated because it's hard to measure if we are educating. But anyway, we created awareness on people on what they can do, what is financial education and freedom and management, and we invited them to visit our Descubri page. In Bolivia, we don't have any measure to the TV rating, but all the things we did on TV, we did on radio, and we see the visitors we have during these video classes. So we reached more than 250,000 people who really received financial education, not mentioning what we have in the social media, different campaigns. When we launched the QR code payments, we had an educational campaign with influencers because it was a challenge to pay with the QR code in different retails. So we think it was quite productive. People learned and start to use. As you mentioned here, with this, we bankerize more people, and through a simple activity, it was successful. We also have another activity called credit exhibitions. We have commercial stands where they show their products and services and train people to use it. And we have also the financial education workshop that is which has a huge attendance. So people give their feedback. We do this since 2009, and we have had almost 40 different exhibitions. in Bolivia. In average, the exhibition receives 10,000 visitors. In the largest one, we had $150 million in credit intention. People who go to the stands that are willing to have some credit. And also in the best exhibitions that last 3 to 4 days, we have more than 6,000 participants. They received certificates, and we had people who went and stayed all the day in the 10 workshops of the day and came back on the following day. So this year, we received the 4th round of GAP. And this was really necessary to expand the financial education in systems. In addition to educate the audience, we are educating a specific audience. We carried workshops for the top management and the press because we now are focusing the training on bank staff and the staff who are in contact with people. They need to explain what it is to the client. So we have the education program for tellers. We had this tool that we created some weeks ago. It's called Academia Soban. This is a pilot that is putting into practices hands-on activities, videos, and this is really important. The perspective this year is to train 18,000 employees. We have started already, but we want to continue with this effort because when we have all the systems, at least this first phase, we intend to create a training course for college students. We have the material, the content. What was missing is how to do. And we found this the ideal tool. Academia Soban will become then this training course for college students. So the challenges in Bolivia as an association, I may mention already, but I'd like to mention now the best practice in the region and our next steps. The first is a specialized financial education. We had some advance in Bolivia, but we still have a lot to do. So that's why we have specific programs for children, women, and SMEs and immigrants. This is very interesting.
I would like to comment that with Soban, we are working on Discovery, our financial education platform, but now targeting small and medium companies. We are working on the content. We had focus groups to understand their needs. Now we are creating the content and we expect to launch this tool next year. We have much to do on this subject. What is important as well is financial education on school curriculum. We have partnerships with the central bank. We still don't have a great advance, but it is on our financial education strategy. It relies on the Ministry of Finances and the Ministry of Education. We are waiting for novelties from authorities. Anyway, it's very important. It's a great challenge, and of course, we want to hear from the other countries their advancements and their models, so we can learn from them. And of course, about their strategies on financial education. And our third axis is in the Latin America level. I would like to show you this chart showing the Latin American financial education strategies. We've worked with these numbers in 2020. Unfortunately, on the latest, fortunately, on the latest years, we had great advancements. We have Panama with a national financial education strategy, El Salvador, Republic, Dominic, Dominic Republic. So we are improving. We have a lot to do, but we are on the right path. To close my intervention, my words, I would like to say that is a cross-sectorial work. We need to work together, banks, associations, CAVs, ULCs, and the financial institution authorities, of course, or the financial system authorities. It's a joint effort. And I'd like to leave this quote from Pele. Before the World Cup, a guy cannot win a game alone. We need to do it together, and we need to put Latin America in evidence. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia. It's very important that you brought soccer. I know that I'm in the soccer land. I love soccer as well. So I celebrate this quote. I know the importance on webinars, TV broadcasts, exhibitions, you know, 250,000 students. It's not easy to get there. In Asoban, where you have audience of employees and college students, it is important to reach different target audiences. Now I'll give floor to our local friend, Wellington Carvalho, that can tell us how the subject is in Brazil, associations and financial education. Wellington, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to everyone here in place, in person, and those with us remotely. It's a great pleasure to have you here in Brazil in our Congress, a joint effort. You are part of it. You helped us to build the agenda. I would like to thank the central bank team supporting us on having this panel. Everything here was thought to aggregate, to bring good practices and new insights so we can go do more and better. We want to add value and generate good impacts on the consumers' lives. Since 2010, Febraban had been dialoguing with the consumers since Meu Bolso em Dia, My Pocket Up to Date. So it was a pioneer movement, and from then on, we've been working actively proposing the social pillar, taking information and financial education for all Brazilian population and for free. The content and the actions that I perform is completely linked to the ESG pillar, and now we have the privilege of having an ESG committee taking care on our governance strategy, supporting us through the right paths on how the bank industry can walk together with people. So it's important to hear from you that your associations have an important role in your countries. It's important to understand what you're doing so we can learn. Before talking about Meu Bolso em Dia, our main channel to dialogue with the consumer, on 2019 we set a partnerships with Brazilian Central Bank aiming to promote financial education actions for all Brazilian consumers. In this cooperation agreement, we have financial education platforms. We have the financial health index. We have the negotiation effort. It's a renegotiation and financial guidance effort, because it's not enough to renegotiate and then 3-4 months later they are back then asking to renegotiate again. So we need to provide guidance. We need to teach the consumer. We need to raise awareness on the consumer. They need to know why are they renegotiating, so that is the last renegotiation. So we are here at CLEIF, and we are bringing this content we brought yesterday. We are here today. This is the 5th year promoting the summit. This is an event made for Brazil and other countries interest on the financial education subject. Last year, we conducted an acceleration program for startups aiming financial education. It was a milestone for Febraban and for Brazilian Central Bank. It was good to see so many companies, so many startups in Brazil focusing on financial education, amazing projects, and we could see the amount of amazing projects accelerated by us. We got 5 projects. We invested 500,000 during 5 months to accelerate those startups, helping those startups to gain flexibility, thinking on operationalization, growth, and supporting on all pillars so the startups could grow. They had a knowledge investment, but a financial investment as well. So we expect that until the last of the year, these companies can impact more than 800,000 people in Brazil, from schools to vulnerable populations. We want to scale our business and scale the impact. Within Febraban, we have 2 main strategies. One, institutional, talking with the consumer, using Meu Bolso and Dia, taking financial education to the end user, to the end consumer. Meu Bolso and Dia is a blog with articles for all audiences, indebted people, entrepreneurs, small and medium enterprises, those who want to learn how to save money, or for those who want to learn how to invest, or for small investors. So we have plenty of content that can bring knowledge and add value for that end user. Since last year, we've changed, we rebranded Meu Bolso em Dia to be more clean, more modern. We brought a new language, bringing not a technical knowledge, but the knowledge that the consumer needs to apply to their daily routine so that they could use it. We went to the social media to understand what consumers want and need. Monthly, we bring content that add knowledge. We had more than 2 million single access on the last 2 months. So we are getting where we want. 60% of our audience are from C, D, and E classes. So those who are in the poorest layers of population, indebted people. So we like to say that to have a debt is a stage, and we want to change this behavior. You can be in debt, but you can leave this situation. This is what we do with Meu Bolso em Dia. We want to add value to the user. The user is able to download ebooks, watch videos, they have calculators. So there was a period that gasoline was very expensive. So we had a calculator to check the rate between gasoline and automobile alcohol. And so to calculate the rate between gas and ethanol. So we are providing tools for the user to find information safely. We want Meu Bolso em Dia for everyone. We are not talking on behalf of Febraban or any individual institution. We are talking on behalf of the financial institutions. We want a better financial health because then they will improve their relationship with our associates. On November last year, we launched in partnership with the central bank, the Meu Bolso Dia platform. So this is the lifelong learning of the user. It is where the user can find learning journeys and tailored journeys according to your profile. We integrated in the platform the financial health index. So this index that is available for all institutions is available for the user. We also have financial managers there. So the platform can be a diagnosis tool as well. The user, once they get into the platform, the user will tell the perspective from themselves, but they will have data to understand where they are in this financial journey. Which are my gaps? Where can I improve? Which are my behaviors? So the tool is integrated to the platform. So with the index, plus the inputs like their goals, their objectives, what they expect from the platform, we match information and we provide personalized journeys. It is a free platform. It's an open platform. Any partner that wants to connect the platform, they can. And it's tailored, in fact. We have more than 150 different profiles. So we have so many components behind the artificial intelligence, so you can cross what you want, indicators, and it can personalize even having the same financial health index. So you can have different profiles even with the same index. So you add your need and your track will be built based on your profile. And this platform was built by the main references in the country, both on behavioral psychology and technology. I want to take information, but I want to know how do I reach the user, how the user will see the value that the platform can provide to them, to support, to help the consumer to improve their financial situation.
Today we have more than 73,000 users and we have several partners in the platform. It's very interesting the integration we had with the Brazilian banks. We have 4 banks already integrated. And what is the benefit of it? When we thought about the platform, we thought about the entire cycle. The user goes to the platform to get knowledge, improve their financial situation, and looking for more information, the user would be awarded by that, and we count on the banks for that. The platform can be integrated with other players and stakeholders, both national and international, to collaborate and to reward this user for his knowledge, for his learning. So we want to show them that there is a tool directed to the consumer that can improve his situation and be rewarded with a better relationship with the banks. Today, we have 4 banks integrated, and a 5th bank is completing the integration. Other stakeholders of the national, international financial system that have the ESG agenda in the company will use the platform as a social delivery of the company. So if you do not train, if you don't inform the consumer on how to use better your financial service, it's useless. So this is important. The central bank has a department for this and help all the regulated agencies under the central bank to promote this type of activities in different segments. In addition to the platform, we have the Brazilian health, financial health index. This is our access of diagnosis, and it got a great dimension when we had people understanding how important it was to understand this or to measure this in Brazil. We had the banks in Brazil, the technical team of the central bank supported us. We had the major references in the academia in Brazil talking about financial health. They helped us, more than 70 people thinking on how this indicator could generate value to the user and the national financial system. So we would have the ways we could explore more and to give feedback inside to the government for public policies. For 2 years, this indicator was developed. Last year, we published the first results. We had another survey this year that will be published in November. The indicator, or this index, came to sum up to the existing alternatives and also collaborate with the financial planners. Many use diagnosis methodologies or international benchmarks, and now they can use what was made in Brazil for Brazilians. So this encompasses the capital cities, the country cities, country towns, so to see how is the Brazilian population. This can be used as a benchmark for the metrics in Latin America. As Paulo mentioned, the data is available on the website índice.febraban.com.br. And if you want to go further in your survey, we have also a base, a model base, so you can have more information about this indicator. Our platforms here at Febraban, it's important to mention we are not competing with any other initiative of any other bank. Our perspective is a sector perspective. We are looking to different maturity levels and levels of delivery. So our contents and our initiatives collaborate so the banks or smaller banks and institutions can also benefit from the platform as a delivery to their clients. So we are here to sum up efforts and to bring a message to the consumer that we are united towards the financial health of everybody. And the partnership with the central bank reinforce this fairness for the final user. We also have, well, last year it was a great surprise to have the acceleration program Meu Bolso em Dia for startups. We had no idea on how this would be. We had 85 people. We selected 25 companies, and we had 3 steps. 20 companies that would be in the first phase for 8 weeks in acceleration process with the mentorship, accelerators, and trying to extract the best they had. In the second stage, we had a group of analysts to create a structure for this company that would support their growth. Many came to us without any sales, and they already did. And then we have the Shark Bank, where we had top executives and the president of the central bank that were part of this examining board. We had 5 finalists with a reward of 500,000 reais. We had workshops, mentorships, acceleration, and financial input. So we took to this company more knowledge for them, and this worked. We have some CEOs of these companies who participated in this acceleration, and of these companies we had people directed to young people, schools, vulnerable people, elderly, companies that were more with digital or WhatsApp. So we had a wide segment of companies with different audiences to deliver the best. And the impact is to reach 800,000 people this year. So this is our purpose of reaching the consumer, and we know that we need to connect to partners. Also, we have a very important project that concerns the debt renegotiation. We have a great number of people in the fall, and every year we run a campaign for financial guidance and renegotiation. So we want that to be the last debt and renegotiation of the consumer. We have a partnership with the central banks and ACON, the PROCONs, the consumer protection agencies, to reach this consumer and to carry this renegotiation. Last year, more than 1.7 million renegotiations in March, and in November we'll have the second round for these renegotiations to reach the consumer and give the consumer a new way or a new moment to advance in this step and leave this default situation and start to have a better relationship with the national financial system. These are the projects. One of our strategies now is to have a dialogue not only with the final user or consumer, but with partners, members, and other stakeholders of the national financial system and other companies who believe in this ESG agenda as a driver to change the Brazilian reality so we can get more capillarity, reach more and more people in different regions in Brazil. This is our purpose, to connect more and more and act in a coordinated way with also the banks, and the financial system can evolve and spread initiatives. This is our desire to create a different reality to Brazil. We believe it's possible. We believe that education is one of the most important pillars, and we want to deliver it the best way possible to change the Brazilians' reality. Thank you. Thank you, Wellington. Excellent presentation. We have a lot to learn with the rest of Latin America and Brazil. We're going towards it. We know that you have a lot of experiences, so we expect more cooperation. There is a very important work here for guiding the consumer for services, retail services, mentorship, financial health information, and provide a feedback to the government in terms of getting a better uh, public policy. So, Wellington, thank you very much. Now, I give the floor now to Nidia Garcia from Colombia, Asobanca. First of all, I'd like to thank Felaban and Febraban for the invitation. I also thank all of you who are here in person and those watching us remotely. I will talk specifically about one program of the Ação Bancária, and one program that we have the least results to present. There are many things we do. We have sites, information with excellent results, but I'd like to talk about this program called Nueva Pangea, because at the moment, this is the most important initiative for Asoban, Colombia. And this has required a lot of work from us. What is Nueva Pangea? Pangea is a financial education system of the Ministry of Education, because it's a program that the ministry develops in schools in Colombia. Why? Because it is a program of the Bank Association, because since its origin, we had the constant cooperation of the Bank Association. When we started to talk about financial education in schools, based on the evidences presented in 2012, showing that Colombia had the worst score in financial education. At that moment, Colombia was the only country in Latin America. Then we had Peru, Brazil, and comparing with the results of the other countries in the region, we were still far away from them. What happened in the last decade in Colombia?
We had those tests with terrible results. From then on, we start to have the interest of the Bank Association, the first entity to talk about this topic. Of course, we had entities like Bolivian Central Bank talking about the importance of financial education. So, with the private and public support, the ministry decided some guidelines for integrating financial education on schools. On 2014, we published a guideline for schools to implement the program. In 2016, we had the release of the first financial education strategy. that was included was as one of the the most important strategies for financial education. In 2018, we've launched it with the support of other institutions, Falsicorda, the Association of Insurance Companies from Colombia, the Nueva Pangea, uh, a model of financial education focusing on risk. On 2020, this pilot was launched. In 2020, we had the Compass 45, the National Policy for Financial Education. It's like a strategy for financial education 2.0 from Colombia. It is important to take it into account because if you look for Colombian uh, financial education strategy, you will see only the 2018 one, but the current one is the 4005. That is very important. We take education policies for schools. In 2020, Ação Bancária established a partnership with the Ministry of Education to include new subjects on Nueva Pangea project. These are subjects more related to personal finance. The first version of Nueva Pangea was related to risk management. And with this new partnership, we've added new topics focusing on personal finance. On 2021, we had our first pilot with 30 educational institutions. In 2022, we launched a new version on what this uh, guideline for teachers brought to implement financial education in schools. So the bank association was always there supporting the project, supporting with financial resources, but also human resources on the implementation of this program. It was a quite complex process. As you know, because you've implemented those type of processes in your schools, it's not easy to work with the Ministry of Education. It took 10 years from the moment we started working on the project, and now we have a program in place and that we are implementing on schools. So it's not easy. And when we have a change on administration, you need to convince the new Minister of Education to keep moving on with the program, allowing us to keep developing the financial education program. This was very important because due to this bilateral relationship in a cross-sectorial relationship, the participation of the private sector was there. So we had difficulties on private sector participation. It wasn't as smooth as we wished. So that the bank association had a permanent work with the Ministry of Education. We have a partnership that ends at the end of this year that allowed us to develop the models for this program. What is New Pangea? Nueva Pangea is a program that with a ludic component with different missions. So due to time, I will not show you the portal. But on this link, you can find and see that today, all the program is in a web platform that both teachers and students can access, and it's free and open. You have a video and a presentation explaining how the program is developed. And so teachers and schools interest, they can send a request to receive information on how to use the platform. And that way the trained teachers can develop the program in classrooms. Today we have the support of the Bank Association but also the Insurance Association. The programs has several different focuses. It's a transversal project. In Colombia, we cannot create a subject on financial education. We need to create a cross-sectorial discussion among the current subjects in the school. So currently, we've been working our equity, rights, opportunity generation, economy, entrepreneurship, risk management. We aim to improve those competencies to manage the needs of the students. So here we have the general subjects in terms of risk. I will not dive into that. And we have these 5 modules. Those we have more interest in because we want to talk about general economic phenomena, how they work and how they impact your daily life. How to build a household financial plan, how to request a scholarship, what is a scholarship, how to get to join the work market. These are skills that we think it's important to develop. So additionally, we have another model on to teach skills for new entrepreneurs. The main values we add, whoa, it's a result of a long work. We had back and forths in 10 years, but during this process, we've built, improved, refined not only the program, but the relationship with different actors. As my companion said, my colleague said, this type of action that have public policy characteristic, it demands workforce from all actors. We can perform it virtually and in person, but we want to make sure that the program goes on. So we've created a platform, an open and free digital platform. So if you want, you can go there and go through the program. So it's a great advantage to have this platform, allowing us to be more sustainable. So we have the public and the private workforce. We have a technical committee. We have the Ministry of Education. We meet permanently, and we make all the adjustments that are needed. Our working plan until 2023. Okay, we have different and several objectives with Nueva Pangea. So we want to release this teacher's guideline. This is a future plan. We also want try to foster among mayors and governors a plan for overcoming an award for overcoming poverty. It's a well-known award in Colombia. So financial education now is one of the variables to select the winner mayor. So we have Nueva Pangea. If your schools have New Pangea, you are more likely to win the award. So we've made great improvements on the web platform, on that link that I showed. With making improvements, we've integrated the students and teachers platform, what will allow us to improve teachers' work and students' work. Additionally, it will allow us to have qualifying indexes on each participant by group and by schools. With this strategy, we want to create a contest. It, well, we really need to measure that the program. Another important action is implementation. It has started, but will reinforce with resources coming from 2023 to 2030. We are very ambitious on the number of schools reached. We want to reach 3,800 schools in the country. The impact assessment has just started. We are working with the support of the Bank Association and other institutions. We've chosen the Andes University to develop the assessment methodology, well-known university in Colombia, and they have expertise on this type of process. It is an assessment to be held from 2022 to 2025. It will allow us to have 3 pathways or 3 exit lines. We are working with the secondary education, and we will measure the immediate impact after the program. So 6 months, the program can last until 6 months, but we want to measure what happens 1 year later and 2 years later. So what happens to those students when they are in the labor market or in the universities? We want to assess the long-term impact of the program. For that, we are working on the assessment process. We've been working on 6 main cities, so we will assess only the virtual program, and later on we will assess in other ways. So far, we'll limit the assessment for the virtual program because this is how we can assure sustainability. So to support the implementation process, we had a pilot with 30 schools, but so far we have no more than 100 schools. Besides having great developments, we have an implementation challenge, and we didn't want to stop the implementation for assessment. So meanwhile, we are assessing. During the assessment, we are still implementing. Basic measurements will be held during this moment. We have a top tier school program supporting us. Now the name has changed to Adopt Your Schools. So we are inviting all the financial institutions of the association, helping, funding to the implementation of the program. Currently, we have 8 entities supporting the program.
They are also financing the implementation in schools. This is a very interesting strategy, and looking for strategies to implement. And additionally, we had a program with other associations, and we saw many associations in Colombia, also Bolsa, also Fundos, 3 associations very important from the financial sector who showed a recent interest in support to the implementation of the program. Now we are talking with these associations to help us to support the implementation with financial resources. And finally, this is a very important subject, and in spite of the low implementation of this program, which is recent in Colombia, but we have a goal to reach at least 7% of all schools in the country. We will intend to do this in the next 8 years. This will require important resources from the sector. But since the private sector is a player that leverage this process, but this is still a public policy. So currently, we are developing the National Development Plan. We have conversations with the Ministry of Education to ask them to also to support this implementation process. Some of our requests is that the government to support at least 30% of the implementation in schools, including the module of financial education and inclusion, which is the last degree test that we have in Colombia. So we want a team to provide assistance to the Secretary of Education in the country to support its implementation. Thank you for your attention. That's what I have to say. Thank you, Million. Evaluation of future impact and evaluation assessment between banks and schools in this program. Adopt Your School. Very interesting. Well, time is inexorable. I need to give the floor to Sandra Salcedo to close this presentation. Sandra, please. Well, I'm from the bank associations in Peru. We had a challenge when we think about financial education, and our objective is how to use these programs to create a movement favoring financial education. This is the challenge we are working on. We have a wide array of possibilities, but I want to share with you 3 key actions that we are conducting to make this transition for our products, platform, programs, and financial education into a movement favoring financial education. The first is to create products of high impact to meet already identified demand from the users. Users means citizens who clearly identified what they need, that they need to know more on how to manage their financial life. The second element identified as a part of this transition is the urgency of having clear objectives and motivations that make us take financial education into a movement. So to take it to those who want to be part of it. And third, the need of having alliances with effective process of participation for those who want to be part of it. I am talking about institutions that are part of the financial system, but also companies, universities, civil organizations, um, state entities, etc. And with these criteria, I now share with you the 2 programs that we developed at the Bank Association. The first is financial education in school. This proposal is what the name says, financial education in school. The most innovative element here is that this school transforms the traditional education when it includes financial education. And how was this program created? We heard over these 2 days about sustainability. So how to make this program continuing after implementation? We thought about it. First, I'd like to say that we had a territorial focus. Due to the context, we decided to give priority to the regions, to the provinces and districts. Peru is divided by region, 26 regions, and we gave priority to regions to have the educational intervention. It is not through the Ministry of Education, but through the local authorities of each region we want to intervene. This is allowed by our legal framework because the regions have autonomy. The second element that we want to improve is the region public policy. We will identify the regions where the public policy has already a context where financial education can be included. We can call education for entrepreneurship or to generate innovation or to generate startups, whatever. But identify this small space where the financial education is relevant and solves a problem in classroom. Then we have the co-creation element. We let the parameters to the region, but not with the closed bucket. We provided a proposal, worked with the colleagues and institutions, like support institutes that help us to make an insertion in the curriculum. And then it's possible to find co-creation spaces with professors, leaders of the community to identify the most important issues for them. For some reasons, maybe it's more important to talk about cooperatives like Catamarca. In other regions, maybe it's more important to talk about employment for adolescents. This is a possibility. So the regions need to tell their priorities. We have no ways of knowing it, especially for regions and countries like ours, where the reality is so variable. And the transversal focus is very important. We do not intend to generate a parallel line of work, parallel to the school curriculum. We want to have a way of inserting, be inserted in the courses that have a type of link to financial education, math, labor education, and these courses became spaces of knowledge where we can insert the content and the values of the financial education. So the teachers integrate these points during their classes and reach the objectives and the competencies they have already in their curriculum. Therefore, we can see that we have an innovative financial education program that reaches professors, teachers, and students from the first to the fifth grade of the basic school. Financial education in schools does not intend only to form students, but professors. If you have a professor in social science, math, technology, we are generating a community that talks about financial education and absorbs or generate a culture in the space of education. Not only concepts and knowledge, but a culture that talks inside the school. And this is the objective that we are looking for. The second objective, also important to mention, is to have the installed capacity for the sustainability of the program. We are not there just to teach the teachers and then let them taking the information to the classroom. But we talk about decrees, agreements, experiences, all these elements together integrated into the experience of the teachers. So this becomes a small wave in the education entity that acquires a larger proportion. We want to implement a scalable and replicable strategy, not only nationally, but also in the entire Latin America. So we can have 100% of teachers and students in these areas graduating in financial education. The second program we have is called Finance in a Brush. This is a program for adults with 4 components. We have live journeys every 2 months. We invite people to connect, and this is a very agile and light program. Talks about financial problems and advices, and the financial entities that are part of the bank association participate, like Caixa, Fintech, and others. Another component is report and measurement, because it's important and works very well when you um, raise this issue of financial education in Peru through evidences and then talk about the programs and objectives. The third element are the training courses. We are developing 4 courses that are very important, 30 minutes each, with a strategic partner, expert in micro lending. This help us to create videos and audiovisual material, not only in Peru, but also in Mexico and Colombia. In this way, we can have 4 courses focusing family, heads of households, and micro companies. And what do we want to reach with this? First, to reduce the gaps, fulfill a need that we identified with financial education. The survey, the search for information on the internet for financial education is really huge. And these people are looking for knowledge to better deal with their finances. On the other hand, we want to reinforce a reputation. We want Finanças a Toque to be a versatile and useful program. The third element is to make Finanças a Talk a space of financial education. We believe that it's very important that financial education becomes a driver and also a link, a union of all the financial.
In October 19th, we will launch the financial education courses developed in a campaign with partnerships from all the financial institutions that are part of the bank association, all the financial companies, the cooperatives, and we've invited the companies to add the financial education topic into their HR departments so they can have an extra discussion on what we call occupational financial health. Financial health inside a broader discussion on occupational health and financial education. Everything starts with financial education, but it ends in an objective to generate financial education, supporting all of our efforts. As we've mentioned, we have three elements to go through elements to movements. We want to build a relevant path for financial education for those that are not in the financial system, for those who don't know the importance. We know the importance of the financial system, but many people don't. That's why we think that strategic communication, multidirectional, has an importance on this topic. How can we get to this movement? Leveraging a strategic perspective on communication. Communication will allow us to position the topic, communicating evidences, and having specific work done. Second, link to financial education different topics that may be present on the public agenda and how to deal with other topics so they make sense for those who are advocates and interested in other topics, empowering strategic partners, enabling them to meet their objectives. So we have some ideas. First, we believe that evidence communication, communicating how financial education is good, we should improve this communication. We need to have a more assertive communication. In September 16th, on the on the Forum for Transforming Education, was the UN state that we have an educational crisis in the world. Financial education was understood as a key skill for any kid, for any citizen that want to approach the challenges of the current days. Financial education is central. The UN General Secretary said that. But what about the evidences? On that forum, I heard that it's good to know that financial education has a good impact and it works. It brings not only knowledge but changes behaviors. It impacts mainly the low-income countries, and its impact is 3 to 5 times greater than the estimated 5 years ago. We need to communicate that. This is the only way to make the topic more relevant, being linked to other areas to potentialize them. So the global crisis and the educational transformation agent. Well, it was stated that financial education is one of the main skills in the 21st century for any kid, any children to face current challenges. I think I heard this during lunchtime on how to make financial education building skills for 21st century, collaboration, looking to the future, self-trustfulness, troubleshooting, creativity, leadership. This is all linked to financial education. We need to make our message to link all those elements. And we were talking about financial education for productivity for employees. In Peru, after the pandemic, employees' health is an issue. We are discussing it. So we've worked a lot on digital skills, and I think now we need to integrate it on work health, labor health discussion. Financial stress impacts physical and mental health, and it reduces in almost 13% the IQ of people. So, for last but not least, we need to take these moments into account where we talk about education and financial education. This moment allows us to discuss the topic, so we need to care about this moment. It's important to have a regional financial education agenda with some important milestones. So, for example, the PISA test that encompasses financial education. We need to rethink this topic enlightened by 21st education needs. We need to keep this topic on PISA, and we need to do it together. Thank you very much. A very interesting approach talking about regional autonomy, co-creation, and it really caught my attention because it's a different approach, different from the others. Thank you very much, Sandra. Thank you for sharing this presentation. Now we are closing the panel. Unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A session, but we had so many important information. We brought different approaches, and this allow us to discuss other topics. Sandra brought a regional agenda on financial education, PISA tests, the platforms in place, how they can collaborate, as Wellington mentioned in Brazil, solid platform focusing on the consumer, public policies presented by Roberto, and the activities held on Bolivia as for the social media. So, and the Nueva Painel project in Colombia to convince the new administration so that new schools have access to financial education and inclusion. Unfortunately, we don't have more time, but it was an enriching debate with our colleagues from Latin America. A round of applause, please. Thank you all, Natalia Garcia, Sandra Sacedo, and Wellington Carvalho. You can take your seats back, please, so we can move on. And now we have another panel. We will invite to the stage. We will have a session called Innovation Linked to Financial Inclusion with Beats and Gerando Falcões and Gio. So purpose in practice. So please, Leonardo Carneiro de Melo, Senra, Chief Marketing Officer and Head of CRM and Sustainability at Beats, Bradesco Bank. Please, Leonardo. So you are the one to tell us this story. Okay. We will have a presentation from Leonardo and then a Q&A in the session. Feel free to present however you prefer, sitting or standing up. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm afraid that the cameramans are feeling cold, so I will be walking on the stage so they can move as well. This is the way I prefer if it's good for you as well. So good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to thank Bradesco team to present BITS. For those who don't know, BITS is the free digital account from Bradesco. We were created at the end of 2019 and we started to develop the product with a large ecosystem that was going to be launched when the pandemic came. So it was a great challenge, you know, a startup that is 100% from Bradesco. We were wishing the best of two worlds, a fintech, being a fintech with a more agile governance process, more simplicity, more faster as well, and at the same time having the support structure of an institution like Bradesco. So it is a free digital account. We are not a bank. We are a payment institution, and this guarantees several points. So regardless of a credit or default situation, they are able to open an account at BITS. So it's inclusive by nature. If you have a valid cell phone number, CPF, individual taxpayer number, and internet, you can open BITS. So we have only 2 years of age. So taking this into account, we have expressive figures, more than 10 million open accounts, an active customer base, a brand that is growing. We have a tracking. So the first challenge is to tell that we exist, then convince people that we are safe, and convince them to people to become digitalized and use our product. So when we talk about financial inclusion and education, we need to talk about BITS purpose. We could conclude that Brazilian market doesn't need a new digital solution. I was in a congress in Florianopolis, and a data that I saw was that we have more than 500 fintech solutions, digital accounts in Brazil. We didn't need one more. So if you have one more, it needs to be different, with a different role. And this is completely linked to Bradesco's purpose. So when we can make Brazilian people to grow through financial inclusion, we have a product that has ESG in its core, and this was the starting point of the business, where the business success is important to measure your impact.
But in this journey, we realized that we had to have a bold, a very humble attitude, because no matter how much we study, it's difficult to know what is the pain at the end when we go to the communities or the shanty towns or the river communities. We have people, well, we have a country with more cell phones than people, and uh, in spite of the efforts during the pandemic, we do have a large number of unbanked people. This goes through behavior and also dissonance of concepts. Last year, we had a deeper work with Professor Fabio Mariano. He is an expert in consumption and he studies the Brazilian population. And when we learn something surprising, when you are going to talk with a young person in a community and you ask if he's interested to learn more financial education, he says he is. But when you bring the content, he's no longer interested because the financial education he wants is to learn how to make money. This health behavior, management, the finance, and how can I live with what I make and save money, this does not go through their minds. So they want to know who influenced him. So we have a series of points that go far beyond than just access to technology. So we realized that we need to expand our perspective and get partners that would make both inclusion and financial education could happen connected to these communities. And then Gerando Falcões come into stage. We had the opportunity of talking with them in a very timely manner. They had a relationship with the Bradesco Group, especially during the pandemic. And in 2021, it was present in more than 1,700 shanty houses. Today is more than 2,600. We now have the Falcões University. Gerando Falcões is basically a startup accelerator, but it accelerates social leaders and not opening unities. They look for the social leaders who do already run work in the local. And suppose if it's a lady that help children to how to make crochet, but she has difficulties in communicate. She doesn't know where to buy cheaper. So Gerando Falcões help to accelerate, support, and what she can multiply by 2, 3, or 4. So this is a program by Falcões University educating the social leaders all over Brazil, more than 1,000 this year. Its footprint is more than 500,000 Brazilians, and the audit number at every dollar, real donated, you generate an impact on the shanty houses. There is no way of talking about the entity without talking about EDU. EDU is has a very nice history. If you don't know his story, please Google it. It's very inspiring. He launched this project with us, and this was only possible. BITS is just the tip of the iceberg. But if we didn't have the sustainability team of Bradesco, the team of Unibrad, so the arm of financial education to stay, we would never have reached this, what we are bringing now. So we looked for this synergy to intensify our impacts. We gather more than 10 million users with more than 3,000 shanty houses connected to Gerando Falcões to conclude this project with 3 pillars. First, the bankerization in the shanty houses, how to download and use BITS. It is for free, full of benefits, with incentives and cashback to reward this recurrent use until this habit becomes a second skin. Together with Unibrad, we created partners in knowledge, financial education module, and now from there, we can build these community leaders to multiply this knowledge. And in our apps, in BITS, a very competitive space, we have a button that simplifies the donation process to Gerando Falcões with only 3 clicks. I heard the following comment: this is fantastic to engage the SOFA team. They would love to do something they don't know how to do, so they stay on the sofa, and you can only have 3 clicks and help Gerando Falcões. And the effect of exponentiality. Today, BITS, every NG partnering with Gerando Falcões that wants to support this project, there is a banner on the door or any other place with a QR code that identify the NG. So when they download this, they are remunerated. So it shows the importance of your financial life, but also includes the growth of this bankerization. In this project that is already on, I will bring you some pictures. The community leaders have all the material support kit. So we enveloped that model, and it's a way of providing content of quality from Unibrad to better prepare for the financial challenges of the social leaders, and more than talking of financial education for an individual or to a legal company that has some part on this. We had some challenges, and you can see right in the lower corner in black, there you have the predefined amounts you can type and click, and you can donate via Pix. So we are preparing a great campaign for November 30. I think it's the World Day of Donation. We will try to raise funds in this final lap. The objectives of the impact that we try to exceed year after year. Every time I pay with bits, I support this idea. So we want to engage even more our ecosystem and give a reason for someone to digitalize their financial lives in bits. We want to create more than 800 community leaders to raise about 500,000 reais, support this, impacting more than 6,000 shanty houses in the 23 Brazilian states. And we had this figure for internal volunteers that we want to have. These are professionals, BITS employees that should follow all these training courses in Brazil. And we were able to, well, this is in this picture, a great experience. People from products, technology, security area, all the areas. And every time they have the weekend training, they come back saying, well, I had several insights to build a better bits. I talked to people from a community in Pará, Acre, or Maranhão. So it's an incredible opportunity. We are side by side with our user, okay? So that's it. I try to be brief to bring this project to you, and we are very proud of it. Thank you very much, and have a nice afternoon. Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? We still have time for that. And then we'll have a coffee break in this, to have something hot in this cold afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for sharing with us. I'm Patricia. I'm part of the National Credit Bureau. And we've heard in the last 2 days talking about education, inclusion, but what makes we wake at night is the financial attitude. I don't think we lack content or initiatives or entities that want to invest in this, but the question is how to measure how this can be transformed in financial attitude, because it seems to be antagonic. A country with 79% of the families in default or indebtedness. We have lots of content and financial information, but we need to transform this into financial attitude. The financial sector has how to assess it because it's at the end. They know how to know the debt of a person, if it was renegotiated, if the financial attitude of the person is improving. So, in Bradesco, what are you doing? Because this really keeps us awake at night, and I don't want to continue with this pain. I want to know what you are doing to measure this transformation. Thank you. Excellent question. Well, this is the dream of all of us. We live in an era of abundance. Abundance of content, abundance of access, and of several reasons not to follow what you learned. So, I think that if there was a formula to give the content to people and people to follow it, the interest rate should not be what it is, we wouldn't have any default, less risk, and etc. So I will specifically talk about BITS, but I know that in Bradesco and all the financial institutions, they have this concern when we look to the potentially vulnerable audience in BITS. We have a great portion of it. We are going exactly, well, the guy that wants a bank account, they have Bradesco. And the guy that wants a bank account 100% digital, they have Next. BITS is the entry door for these financial products for those who do not feel comfortable to enter through the other doors. Maybe this is the right place for him. So we have all these folks there, and we are concerned with the use of simple words and how we present what is a product or a new feature very easily. If the simple guy understands what we are doing, everybody will understand.
I think that the way of measuring it, besides default, and we don't have it at BITS, we don't provide credit. We may provide credit from Losango or credit card from Bradesco card, but by BITS, but we don't have a credit analysis when opening the account. But together with the Bradesco sustainability area, we are developing a picture to understand if this user have an account in another financial institution, to understand the level of bancarization, and also understand, the social class, the income layer they are. So if you are being able to change the profile or the banking digitalization profile of the user, open banking is a great tool on that. Of course, we are some steps behind we would like. I was talking about abundance, and this is an abundant discussion as well. This is a great discussion and challenge of the industry. We talk about financial education, and we say something and they understand another. Thank you for your answer. It was very clear. Let's have a coffee break now, and we'll be back in half an hour.
O presente se transforma. Novas perspectivas mudam a forma de se ver o mundo. O Bradesco se desafia sempre, inovando com o cliente no centro. Antecipando soluções para facilitar cada passo, cada realização. Mais ágil, mais personalizado, mais poder em suas mãos. Para incluir e simplificar o dia a dia. Para apoiar o empreendedor. Para assessorar o investidor. Para proteger toda a família. Por uma sociedade cada vez mais ética, justa e sustentável. Com transparência e respeito a todas as pessoas. Contribuindo para o desenvolvimento econômico e social do país. Bradesco.
Há 20 anos, o Santander investe em um futuro mais inclusivo e mais sustentável. Em 2002, criamos o Amigo de Valor, uma mobilização de recursos incentivados para a garantia de direitos de crianças e adolescentes. No mesmo ano, também lançamos o Prospera, a maior operação privada de microcrédito do país. Em 2005, ingressamos no mercado de energia renovável e respondemos por mais de 30% dos projetos eólicos do país. Em 2010, nos tornamos carbono neutro nas nossas operações. Desde 2015, somos parceiros do produtor rural brasileiro na transição para um agronegócio mais sustentável. Em 2020, nos unimos com outros 2 grandes bancos do Brasil com o objetivo de promover o desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia. Neste ano, também fortalecemos nossa atuação com fundos patrimoniais filantrópicos. Em 2021, assumimos o compromisso de zerarmos nossas emissões de carbono até 2050. Nos últimos 5 anos, viabilizamos mais de 97 bilhões em negócios sustentáveis. E distribuímos 70 mil bolsas de estudo para universitários. Estamos investindo em um futuro melhor para todos. Acesse www.santander.com.br/sustentabilidade e conheça mais as nossas iniciativas.
presente se transforma. Novas perspectivas mudam a forma de se ver o mundo. O Bradesco se desafia sempre, inovando com o cliente no centro. Antecipando soluções para facilitar cada passo, cada realização. Mais ágil, mais personalizado, mais poder em suas mãos. Para incluir e simplificar o dia a dia. Para apoiar o empreendedor. Para assessorar o investidor. Para proteger toda a família. Por uma sociedade cada vez mais ética, justa e sustentável. Com transparência e respeito a todas as pessoas. Contribuindo para o desenvolvimento econômico e social do país. Bradesco.
Há 20 anos, o Santander investe em um futuro mais inclusivo e mais sustentável. Em 2002, criamos o Amigo de Valor, uma mobilização de recursos incentivados para a garantia de direitos de crianças e adolescentes. No mesmo ano, também lançamos o Prospera, a maior operação privada de microcrédito do país. Em 2005, ingressamos no mercado de energia renovável e respondemos por mais de 30% dos projetos eólicos do país. Em 2010, nos tornamos carbono neutro nas nossas operações. Desde 2015, somos parceiros do produtor rural brasileiro na transição para um agronegócio mais sustentável. Em 2020, nos unimos com outros 2 grandes bancos do Brasil com o objetivo de promover o desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia. Neste ano, também fortalecemos nossa atuação com fundos patrimoniais filantrópicos. Em 2021, assumimos o compromisso de zerarmos nossas emissões de carbono até 2050. Nos últimos 5 anos, viabilizamos mais de 97 bilhões em negócios sustentáveis. E distribuímos 70 mil bolsas de estudo para universitários. Estamos investindo em um futuro melhor para todos. Acesse www.santander.com.br/sustentabilidade e conheça mais as nossas iniciativas.
So let's resume. Continuing with our agenda, we have a special agenda on immigrants and refugees in Latin America. This meeting will address the opportunity for migrants and refugees in Latin America, the challenges in the financial system to implement these models and the initiatives in the region. For this, I invite Ricardo Martins, Operation Official of Inclusion for Services in Consultancy in IFC. Carlos, please come to the stage. You can be here, standing, on sitting, you choose. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank the organizers of the event, Febraban, Felaban, INFI, and my friends from the Central Bank to share with you and how we foster the financial issue directed to immigrants in Latin America. I will show some key numbers that will provide the background to what we will talk about. We are facing an unprecedented migrating phenomenon. More than 85% of these people are in Latin America and 75%, as you see in the map, are in neighboring countries of the South America. Many of these countries who accepted or welcome these people, they apply the regularization schemes, giving documents to these people. 3 million of these immigrants, they have regularized situation or in process of getting the documentation. So, to start talking about why this is necessary, we have a market opportunity that is untapped. Uh, I, uh, I'd like to start with the paradigms, the prejudices that we have in this sector. There is the idea that these people didn't come to stay. So we have the perception that they don't have any interest in regularize their situation, and the perception that they are not necessarily looking for a job, but rather to live with the allowances that the country provide. So it is necessary to include them and to give financial education about the countries they live. We from ISFB, we use IFC, we went to talk to those people to break these paradigms and this perception, which are risk paradigms and prejudices. And in this presentation, I will share with you some data that break these paradigms. First, I will start with Colombia. In both cases, we interviewed 1,200 refugees, and we talked with 30 entities from Colombia and Peru. At the same time, we had approximately Mr. Shopper exercises, focus group, and interviews with several actors, players of the financial system. In Colombia, basically, 30% of the we have 30% of immigrants in the world, accounting for 2.5 million people, and these figures can be overestimated or, sorry, underestimated because we have people only register in the migration system, but we can have other people. So we see in Colombia a very advanced regularization, many people with access to their temporary stay visa, and many of them are in the process of getting it. The concentration of people is in large cities, large urban centers like Bogota and Medellin. This population is in the age of economically active population between 20 and 50 years in many cities in the center of the country and other border cities. Now I'd like to break some paradigms that I mentioned before, since this is a potential market, because in most of the cases, these people are employed. The employment rate of immigrants is not different from the Colombian citizens. It's about 15% compared to 14% of the Colombian population. And the population, this population has a higher level of education than the local population. Only 20% of the local population has college education. Other aspects relates to skills and intention to remain in the country. All of this on our right. 90% of this person is in Colombia for already 2 years, consecutive years, most of them live in the same house. 60% of this population had a family meeting, meaning that their underage dependents are with them in the family, in their house, more than 1 year and a half, and they have an activity as employed or freelance workers. 30% of these people said that they want to stay in Colombia. Other of the paradigms is that it's necessary to have a financial inclusion of these immigrants. But Global FinDec, with this data, showed that in 2017, we had 73% of Venezuelans in Venezuela bancarized. Others had other types of service as credit card or the private health system. So in the demand in Colombia, we see a significant gap from bottom to top. In the case of savings, 50% of immigrants, adults, they request an account, but only 40% receive this type of request from the Colombian system. In life insurance, we have a high demand here in relation to the other products because they had similar experience in Venezuela. But only 2% of them are served. And the demand for credit card is 16% and only 0.5% is served. These populations, they require credit. They have a high demand for it. However, the demand, the greater support demand comes from savings and financial negotiations products. Immigrants and refugees are part of a single market. It's not part of a single market. It's a very heterogeneous area. Here, we are trying to identify this segment based on a series of variables. We start to identify those people who have independent jobs, freelancers, self-employed, or who work with a service platform, and those who are in the informal or formal job. Now, some data from Peru that reflect a similar situation to what we saw in Colombia, breaking the paradigms we saw in the beginning. In Peru, it is overestimated number. People who went through the migration control. This accounts to 20% of the Venezuelan immigrants. In the case of Peru, the regulation of the documentation is slightly behind what we have in Colombia. 343,000 people who had access to a foreigner ID that provides access to Peruvian financial access. But we have 1 million people in the process, including 1,000 people who are requesting refugee visa. So the concentration of these people, as in Colombia, is in the large cities, and in Peru, specifically in the capital, Lima, and Callao, where almost 86% of the population. This accounts for 10% of the population in Lima. 1 and 10% in Lima is a Venezuelan. In the case of Colombian population, most of this population is in economically active age, and we also have the gender differences in this population. Going back to the other issues, we need to define how these people are working, where they are working, if they are interested in remaining in the country. They are in the economically active age, and part of this population is in the formal or informal jobs. 45% are entrepreneurs. They are freelancers or they have their own business. And here we have some numbers referring to the money and entries. It is equivalent to $50 with the average age of 31 years. And what is interesting, these populations have a high educational level. Almost 50% of the immigrants from Venezuela have high education.
On the other hand, for more than 2 years, 70% of this population has been living on Peru, have been living in Peru. For 1 year, they have a regular work. Families were able to unite in the country. We are considering an average of 4 people per household. As in Colombia, this population had access to financial services in Venezuela. So I will not get into details to the bar graphs, but they show that in most cases, as access to saving accounts, 70% of those people had access to saving accounts, according to the global fintechs data. Uh, But in the case of the population living in Peru, only 10% is being served. We have a huge gap for credit card because only 27% had access to credit card, but now only 3% of those have access to credit card in Peru. As you can see, less than 1% of this demand has been served. When we analyze the gap, we talk about specific products. High demanded products, we can see that on money remittance, we have a small amount of people being met. For digital transaction, 40 or 50% of the demand is met. As for credit and insurance, less than 5% of the demand is met. We've made a segmentation exercise at Peru to rank different population segments by stages or immigration steps. The first phase, insertion phase, when they get to the host country, it varies from 1 to 6 months. Then the stabilization phase, it varies from 6 months to 2 or 3 years. And integration phase, we're talking about people who has been living in the country for more than 2.5 years. When we established this ranking, we did based on two axes: the level of economic independence, showing the level of income stability, and the level of family stability. So how many people of the family are in the country, if the children are going to schools, or if they were able to buy an asset. In red, we have the stabilization phase, quite consolidated in the country. This is the segment that we understand can interest the financial institutions, and those on the first stage are those served by humanitarian associations, NGOs, civil society organizations, and so on and so forth. I hope I could provide you the information about this potential market. And basically, from this information, everything that we know about these segments and populations. We know they have stability. They want to stay on the host country. They have the capacity to generate income. On the other hand, they have a relatively high education comparing to the local population. They prefer formal work positions. Most of them are trying to regularize their situation, and they have a previous financial experience. Global fintechs indicates that 95% of Venezuelan population have access to bank accounts, a high figure. So I would like to add that this is a market opportunity. These populations are concentrated on urban areas so that they can be easily served. As you can see, they represent a relatively large market, mainly to be served by formal financial entities. Now I would like to talk about products or models that can be applied for those populations and rank them according to the phases, consolidation or migration phases. The first entry door, the first product they demand is saving accounts, not credit. As we said, credit is the less requested demand. Saving accounts allows them to have access to other products. At the same time, allows them to have their money because they work hard to have to make this money, and with that they can prevent any risk. The second product is money remittance. You're doing that in an informal way through institutions or people taking the money in an informal way. So they use other people's account, and the money will be withdrawn by the beneficiary. This is a very interesting product because in most cases people remit uh, 30 to 50% of their income. So this is very interesting. It's a touching point. We can have a type of understanding on the income they may have. The second product on integration is transactional accounts, mainly the digital ones. Venezuelans are used to digital money. In a given money, there was a lack of cash. Uh, demanding people to use digital accounts and digital money. Insurance is highly requested as well, mainly due to the health infrastructure in Venezuela. So mainly during COVID, they had problems to have access to health in many cases. And credit, as I mentioned, this is the less demanded product, and it's part of a self-exclusion because they think they cannot request credit because they don't have any credit background. But providing credit can allow them to become entrepreneurs and improve their quality of life through consumption and education. We still have several challenges to serve those people. We have barriers on the demand side due to the characteristic of that population, and we have barriers on the offer side, internal rules that still exist in the financial system. For example, from the demand side, lack of information from those people on where to have access to the services and which are the requirements they need to meet in order to have access to financial services. There are some initiatives, there are some guidance in Brazil, Colombia, and other countries to inform refugees and migrants on how to have access to financial services. Self-exclusion. Many migrants requested financial services but were not served because they cannot meet the requirements. And due to this same reason, they assume they will not be eligible for other services. There's a lack of information or misinformation. Uh, Many migrants or refugees are regularized, they have documents, but this documentation is not valid because they didn't make the follow-up process. In the Peruvian case, many migrants have overdue documents, and to regularize it, they need to pay high fees. So they cannot pay it, and so they don't have access to financial services as they would if the documentation was regularized. As for internal offer, the lack of credit background, this is a barrier. Financial institutions make credit assessment based on scores that come from credit institutions, so they don't have this information. There's also lack of information on characteristics, location, needs of that population. So at IFC, we try to close this gap with the studies I've presented in order to inform and sensibilize the market institutions. There are some document barriers because there are procedures that the client needs to perform when trying to open an account or have access to any other financial service. But we also have a barrier for financial institutions to automatically validate migrant documents, allowing institutions to check if migrant documents are uh, real and not fake. We have a problem on adapting technology. Financial institutions' technology are not integrated. Well, you know, there are some bias, some paradigms related to this population. And these paradigms and bias are not only on the financial institutions employees, but also in the leadership and management level. We need to deal with this problem, and this is part of our work as well. Risk assessment are not adapted to the reality of that population. So it's another barrier. So now I will present some lessons learned, good practices from some institutions we work with, institutions that we've been working with for 10 years on a global level. We started this joint work on Africa, then Middle East, with the African migration crisis. And recently we are exporting our knowledge to Europe to work with the Ukrainian migration crisis. Basically, the first one is having an institution to help these populations. These are profitable institutions, so we need a business case. And this market study allows us to perform this type of study. We need to understand the market. There is not an homogeneous market, so it's important to segment it. It allows us to design value propositions tailored to its segment. Maybe don't need to build financial products aimed to that populations. Colombia and Peru, the migrant populations are met by microfinance and other products. We don't need to, reinvent the wheel. We need to adapt policies, procedures, rethink some products to meet these populations' needs. Complementing non-financial services with financial services is very good and has great receptiveness from these populations. This is also very specific for those populations.
They need to understand the policies for formality and have more information on business management. Well, one more point here. I'm not going to go through all the other points, but this is something that we recommend to hire immigrants as labor as part of your labor force or sales force, because this has a huge impact in the market that wants to meet these needs, and this increases equity in the organizations, and this also breaks barriers in the institutions. We are working now with an organization in Peru that are adopting this practice. At the same time, a scheme of incentives, because you have more strictness to identify this population, to have the risk analysis. It is very important to recognize this type of effort. And finally, to provide training of communication strategy, and in the case of Venezuela, TDT, that use a lot the social media, so any strategy using this channel will be very successful. We are actively working to create awareness, to sensibilize and get more information. The studies includes demand, supply, and also the regulatory and business environment. As I mentioned, We conclude the studies in Colombia and Peru, and now we moved towards Ecuador and Brazil. And we hope in an event like this to have the opportunity to share it with you. I will give you my email, and if you have interest in any of these studies, please just send me a request because the studies are not public yet. We are working directly with financial entities to have a supporting policy for immigrants. And you see on the screen, we have the components of the projects that we are implementing. And here, I'd like to highlight something that we work jointly with Febraban and Central Bank, a very simple guide to inform people at the bank branches the documents that can be accepted and validated by the Central Bank of refugee and immigrants, and also inform the branch staff the characteristic of this population. This is an initiative not supported by IFC, but I like to share it with you because basically they created a platform that facilitates the validation of the immigrants' documents automatically in opposition of the data velocity and the veracity of data by the superintendents of immigrations from Colombia. We hope this initiative to be applied in Peru because many financial institutions said this is a great barrier for them. Basically, this is my presentation. I thank you for your attention. And if you have any type of interest in receiving these studies or talk about this project, I'm at your disposal. This is my email. Thank you for your participation. And we have a high audience through the internet on this event. We have almost 8,200 views on the NUMI's platform. These events will continue to be accessible on the internet, on the platform and YouTube. Ricardo, thank you very much. And we have another panel now. This is our last session of the second day with the case of the Banco Nacional de Costa Rica on migrants. I invite Silvia Chaves Herrera, Director of Sustainability of the Banco Nacional de Costa Rica. Silvia will be with us remotely. Silvia, here she is. Welcome. And now we count on you to have present your last session. No? Mm, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and we will talk about the migrant communities and vulnerable communities. We need to democratize the bank and the economy. This means to make a bank accessible to all populations. Recently, Banco Nacional da Costa Rica presented to the country its new strategic plan that is much more than a name, is an essence. Together, we are um, a bank of sustainability and closeness. This means that we need to hear people and have this sensitivity to listen to people because they are people who are in need. They need someone to support them to make their dreams a reality. We are from coast to coast in Costa Rica, and 51% of the national population of Costa Rica is a client of Banco Nacional. And it's a sustainable bank, a bank that incorporates people creating value and environmental and sustainable value. We are a bank with a purpose, and this makes us to listen to people and making their life easier. We know that we have a lot to improve, but the important is that we learned to listen to the parties and to understand their needs and to find the decisions we need to make so we can help them to grow economically. And we have this idea of being a green and environmentally friendly bank. In this listening process, we should have played this role of a bank leadership and support the access to bank and also the refugees who are a very important population. With this, we need to understand it is a challenge to help people in the refugee condition. But we know it is possible. It is possible because we are a bank with a purpose. And to understand what is the Banco Nacional, I will show you the
Desde que
following
nacemos,
video.
todos tenemos un propósito.
Since
El
we are
nuestro,
born,
desde que
we
nos
have a
fundaron,
purpose,
es generarte bienestar.
and ours
No
is to
importa si
create
vivís en la ciudad, en la
well-being.
costa o en la
No
montaña.
matter if you live
Vamos
in
a
a
estar
city,
cerca para vos,
at the coast, or
en las
up
buenas
to the mountain.
y
We need
también
to
en
be
las
with
malas,
you
para ver crecer
in
a tu
good
familia,
and also in difficult moments,
a tu
to
empresa
see your family
y a tu
grow,
comunidad,
or your company,
como lo hemos
or
hecho
your
juntos desde
community.
siempre,
As we
con
have
tus
always
padres y tus
been
abuelos,
doing with your
para
parents
contribuir
and
con una
you,
Costa Rica
your
próspera.
grandparents,
No todo ha
contributing
sido
to have a
fácil, y sí,
prosperous Costa
a veces el
Rica.
futuro parece incierto,
Sometimes
pero acá
the
estamos
future
para vos,
seems uncertain,
para apoyarte,
but here we are to
para escuchar y
support
entender
you,
lo que
to
necesitas.
listen to you and understand
Nuestro
what are
propósito
your needs.
es hacerte la vida
Our
más
purpose
fácil.
is to make
Por eso es momento
your
de doblar
life
esfuerzos.
easier.
Se necesitan
So
generar
it's
más
time
fuentes de
to
empleo dignas,
redouble the
cuidar la
efforts and
naturaleza
create more,
y encontrar más
jobs
formas de
with
aprovechar
more
su energía,
dignity. Care
empoderar
for
a
the
las
nature
mujeres
and
y luchar
find
por reducir
new
las
ways
brechas
of
de género,
energy to struggle,
promover el respeto por
to
los
defend
derechos
women
humanos,
and genders,
darles a todos las mismas oportunidades,
involving human
idénticas
rights
garantías.
and provide
Es el
the
momento
same
de fortalecer la
opportunities to
educación y
everybody.
salud
It's
de
time
todas
to
las generaciones.
education
Porque el desarrollo es
and the
sostenible
health of
si
all
comprendemos que no
generations.
puede existir la rentabilidad económica sin bienestar social y el planeta. Por eso estamos dispuestos a trabajar hoy más fuerte que ayer y más cerca que nunca, a remangarnos y remar juntos, a desarrollar nuevas habilidades, a mejorar y competir, a seguir innovando, creando cosas que no se habían hecho ni intentado. Sabemos que es posible emprender desde las aulas y producir nuevos modelos de negocio. Estamos convencidos que las mujeres son motor de crecimiento y tienen un rol transformador en la sociedad. Queremos demostrarle al mundo que se puede producir de manera limpia, que todos podemos aportar, que el éxito de una nación es colectivo y la sostenibilidad nos beneficia a todos, incluso a los que aún no han nacido. Aun cuando la ruta no sea fácil, nos llenamos de pasión. Juntos abriremos el camino para un mejor mañana, porque juntos somos progreso.
And together we are a progress. This is the essence of Banco Nacional in Costa Rica, the largest bank in Costa Rica. That is the driver of economic development in the country. Our sustainable business model is based in 4 objectives. First, to create value for the social, environmental, and economic growth of the country. Never leave nobody behind. And number 10 relates to increase financial inclusion, creating business and projects and products for people who are in vulnerable condition and increase financial inclusion. And here we see a great responsibility, how to support the entities of refugees. 245,000 clients of the Banco Nacional with a 10% of the portfolio in the hands of foreigners. And the country has 162,000 people in refugee situation in Costa Rica. And what we realize is that those people arrive in the country to have a better quality of life and to send or remit resources to their family. But they face the financial system that could not provide them credit, neither support. So this was just a biased situation. So this was very important what my colleague of the previous session said. When we start to provide credit for the refugees, the first bias is that it's of high risk, because they believe that the person would have access to credit and then leave Costa Rica. And the answer was very simple. The same happens with someone from Costa Rica. People in Costa Rica have access to credit, receive the money, and on the next day they decide to leave the country. So then we realize that the refugee person should have the same conditions of a native person because the risk is the same. There is a risk, but we need to study it, but we should not forget it. The risk is the same as any other person can have when asks for a credit. So, as Banco Nacional or a national bank, we created a multidisciplinary team with the participation the Banco Nacional, the commercial office, credit office, to create this new way of having access to credit for the refugees. Not only credit, services, and non-financial services. And we start to realize there is no need to create something new. It is necessary to give the same guarantee conditions to a person, a native person.
The product was perceived this year. From this year, we are the single bank in Costa Rica providing credit for refugees. As for non-financial services, we understood that refugees have a great desire to become entrepreneurs. They need a bank that supports them to have technical skills so they can have success on their business. They have the idea to build a restaurant or a food truck but they need technical skills like accountability, finance, marketing. So through our non-financial services, we are becoming a development arm, a knowledge support for refugees. So before the next slide, I would just to tell this something. Besides providing conditions and credit for refugees, there are other populations that we cannot leave behind. We have an employment gap for women. 17.8% of unemployed people are women. So we have a credit gap as well on our national financial system, where 44% of women are excluded. That's why we, from the National Bank, we want to be this bank with a face of women. So 44% of women in Costa Rica are our customers. 192,000 women are business leaders. This year we associated with the National Bank for the Pan-American Development Bank to provide credit for those companies generating women inclusion. And why? To support the end of this employment gap in Costa Rica. Given that 51% of our population are women, and 51% of our customers are women, and 60% of them are entrepreneurs, business women. We've decided to support the native population. We are a bank present in the indigenous and native territories. We are the only bank with ATMs on our native language. Our collaborators, our employees are well trained on this language. We have this service on the 8 indigenous regions in Costa Rica. We serve the totality of the indigenous populations, supporting development on the 7 territories through capital, seed capital to generate money capital. The elderly are an important population for us. Banks are migrating technology, but we need to take great care not to leave elderly behind. They may feel afraid when using digital platforms. They are afraid of frauds and other risks. That's why we have the Golden Day, because we understand that the elderly need to have, and they deserve a golden experience. This way, we can explain how to use the bank digital platforms safely without risk. We've trained our employees to explain how to use the platforms to the elderly. We have a phone hotline specifically for the elderly. So at the National Bank, we are a bank with a purpose, the Bank for Costa Rica Development. And financial inclusion is in our DNA. And the vulnerable population is in a refugee condition. Women, indigenous, elderly are our priority. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's important to talk about inclusion of elderly, women, indigenous populations. Your presentation was amazing to have a golden close of our Congress. We got to the end of our Congress. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you all. Thank you all the authorities. I would like to thank all the participants here in person, those remotely. Thank you very much. See you on the next Congress. Please check our platform, Meu Bolso em Dia, the other platforms, the other apps that were mentioned during the CLEIF Congress. See you the next session, the next edition. Thank you. Bye-bye. I would like to call the Febraban team to take